Huang's speed was extremely fast. He rushed out with so-so sounds. Those stone steps, the heaven ascension stairs quickly disappeared behind him. He is chasing after the immortal domain emissary. He's gone mad. On the copper sparrow altar, a group of people stared blankly. Those two elders are precisely Void God Realm's elders. The administrators? Someone said in alarm. It was because even these two elders appeared, currently advising for sure how to go back. Yet they were dragged along by sure how, flying up the stone stairs. These two old fellas were like two koalas hanging from Sure Hao's right and left arms, not willing to let him go, following him up. The two of them were already floating in the air. One could imagine just how fast they were going. Someone pinch me. I'm not dreaming, am I? Princess Yao Yu said quietly. This was too inconceivable. The administrators of the Void God Realm were stopping him. Meanwhile, Huang was actually this powerful, chasing after them murderously. They were all shocked, yet at the same time felt an urge to laugh. Up above, Immortal Domain's emissary was in an extremely sorry state, the violet gold crown on his head already broken. His hair disheveled, running frantically for his life, bloodstains on his body. He really was as sorry could be. He was an emissary from Immortal Domain. He represented the willpower of a realm, yet he was blasted by someone to this extent. Huang, just how savage was he? They were shocked from his appearance, yet also wanted to laugh. His figure was like a streak of lightning, bringing about crazy winds, rushing over with so-so sounds, about to catch up. He was just that crazy, roaring like a primitive barbarian, incredibly wild. As for the youngsters at the emissary's side, their faces were all deathly pale, clearly scared badly. It was because the scene behind them was just too savage. A barbarian. How did this lower realm produce such a savage creature? Someone shouted, even their lips trembling. Hong! Finally, the emissary rushed up the copper sparrow altar, seeing the group of youngsters. He stared blankly for a moment, and then continued running for his life. The clothes on his body were tattered, carrying bloodstains, extremely miserable. One had to understand that this emissary was normally composed and easygoing, his temperament exceptional. This was a rare middle-aged handsome man, yet now he was chased to the point where he couldn't even tend to these things. Huang chased from the back while the emissary ran at the front. Qing Yi and the others all felt like this was like a rabbit being chased by a dog. The rabbit scared out of its mind. Pooh! The heavenly horned ant feared nothing in heaven or earth, immediately laughing. Not long ago he had even got into conflict with Immortal Domain's emissary, but now he felt rather carefree. Truly worthy of being a lower realm's great vicious being, chasing emissary great one until he is fleeing for his life, while those later generations are even more so running frantically like mice. Sure enough, after hanging around Chao Yuxing all the time, the words of this vicious 10 descendant really were unrestrained, not having any good words to speak, extremely crude. When the emissary passed by and heard this, he immediately became furious, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't want to stop now, not willing to lower himself to the ant's level. Who closed the realm gate? The distance to Spirit Realm's gate wasn't far now. They could already see through it. When the emissary raised his head, even his heart went cold. Someone closed the realm gate. In that instant, his body trembled, almost planting face first into the ground. He hated the 3,000 provinces people bitterly. Why did they close Spirit Realm's gates? Old bastard, don't run. From the back, Sure Hao shouted, vicious flames surging. Everyone was speechless. This really was his style. It was unchanged from the very beginning. Always like this. Friends, don't run. Do you not see that we are resting here? The realm gate is closed. Chao Yuxing kindly reminded the youngsters who followed from behind. Those individuals clenched their teeth in anger, first shooting him a hateful look. Then they rushed over but saw that the realm gate really was shut. Their faces immediately lost color, two people even more so directly falling on their bottoms. The first reason was because they were frightened, the second because they were exhausted. Among them, there were two female cultivators who stood in place because of appearances, not falling, but their faces already lacked all color. They all turned around. That great vicious being caught up. Dao friend, don't chase after us anymore. I believe. There is some misunderstanding between us. The emissary turned around, wiping off the sweat and blood from his face, revealing a smile that was even uglier than crying, facing this great vicious being who caught up. What cultured and refined, what elegance. Right now, all of it was thrown out the window. What misunderstanding. Take my demonic fist first. The vicious looking sure how threw himself over, his fist smashing into him. Heaven and earth rumbled, fist winds raging. Of course, there were still two individuals hanging from his arms, respectively Bird Grandpa and Coin Elder. The two elders were still advising him against it, warning him that the bitter sea was endless, that there was still a shore behind them. In the back, Yuchan, Chao Yuxing, and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What were these two old fellas doing? The two of them were rising and falling with sure house attacks, their bodies moving about. Dong! Immortal Domain's emissary flew outwards, smashed into Spirit Realm's gates, blood flowing out of the corners of his lips, his face pale. If I give this to you, do you still dare take it? There was a bronze palace in his hands, the size of a fist. It released a faint pressure, suppressing Immortal Domain's emissary, making him suffer greatly. What no land under the heavens doesn't belong to the king. This entire lower realms belongs to Immortal Domain. Everything under Immortal Domain's control. Even someone like you dares try to seize secret treasures from me? I'm giving it to you right now. Do you dare take it? Sure Hao was furious. Everyone finally understood why he was chasing after Immortal Domain's emissary. He was clearly provoked by those words, saying that the lower realms were under Immortal Domain's control as well. Of course, after carefully thinking about it, Yuchan and the others rolled their eyes. Even though this fellow was definitely irritated, he was definitely using this as a reason to make a huge fuss too. Basically looking for trouble, purposely chasing him all the way up here. It was most likely Immortal Domain's emissary and those youngsters' sects that pissed him off. Please stop already. The two elders were still advising him against it. Immortal Domain's emissary continuously apologized, saying that he didn't intentionally look down on the lower realms creatures, that he misspoke, that he needed to ask for forgiveness. Also, you all arrogant and proud, viewing my 8 regions creatures as barbarians, saying that Void God realm is some barren land, looking down on everyone, ordering us around and pointing at our chins. However, what is so special about you all? Sure Hao pointed outwards at those people, his finger jabbing against those youngsters' foreheads, leaving them shocked and horrified. They really were scared that he might push a bit harder, break through their skulls, crush their primordial spirits. No one rebelled because in the Void God realm, they had long experienced what would happen then. This was a barbarian, one who was ridiculously powerful, impossible to win against. You still aren't apologizing to this Dao friend? Immortal Domain's emissary berated. Those people lowered their heads, all of them apologizing with mosquito-like voices. Didn't you all want to seize my bronze palace? Is there no compensation now? Sure Hao asked, baring his fangs, widening his bloody mouth, truly vicious and intimidating. Immortal Domain's people wanted to curse out. Was this bronze palace yours? It was clearly Immortal Palace's. They recognized it, that's why they tried to seize it back, moreover berating Sure Hao. But in the end, this fella really didn't let grudges go, all of them beaten up viciously by him, then chased all the way here. Even they felt like they were like rabbits chased by a rabid dog. This was too shameful. I want compensation, Sure Hao said. Yuchan and the others all couldn't watch this. This fella really dealt with people, not problems. He came precisely to extort them. He chased them all the way here precisely to demand treasures. As for Coin Elder and Bird Grandpa, these two old things, they were now quiet, actually not opposing this. Immortal Domain's emissary blinked his eyes in confusion, a bit stupefied. Why weren't these kind-looking elders helping them out now? What kind of good things do you have to give him? This is the heir of the chaos demonic ape. Once his violent temper erupts, he won't even recognize his own people, even daring to take action if an immortal king came. Bird Grandpa said. SSS. Immortal Domain's emissary sucked in a cold breath of air, saying, "The chaos demonic ape who stirred up great chaos before in Immortal Domain? Weren't there only one or two? This race exists in the lower realms." Coin Elder nodded. Then, Immortal Domain's emissary became extremely obedient, bringing out whatever he had on him, producing a large pile of stuff, completely lacking confidence. A monkey has this much power? On the copper sparrow altar, Chao Yuxing was unconvinced, asking quietly, "I heard that this race did exist, possessing remarkable abilities, overthrowing many ancient sections. However, it has never displayed might in our world." The heavenly horned ant said quietly. In the end, when Spirit Realm's gates were opened, the emissary quickly left, not even turning around, avoiding this place like the plague, now wishing to never come back. The other youngsters all completely disappeared as well. What Ihai, what Iluo and Suhui. They couldn't be bothered with these people at all. Goodbye. While carrying a large pile of stuff on his back, Sure Hao headed back down the stone stairs. Yuchan, Chao Yuxing, and the others all watched his figure disappear. Only after a long time did they snap out of their daze. Then they all sighed. Is Huang's era going to end just like that? Someone said quietly. He really is carefree though, not affected at all. Yuchan, do you feel like making a monkey for him in the lower realm? A group of people entered Spirit Realm just like that. Below, on the stone stairs, Sure Hao asked the two elders, "Can that marsh really allow me to advance into the Supreme Being realm? As long as you can hold on, there are definitely no problem. When the time comes, you can definitely look down on the world." Good. Honglong. That day, in the higher realms, world-ending heavenly thunder rumbled. The cultivators from all different clans couldn't help but become horrified. Above Fiend Island skies, by the Immortal Tomb, the entire yellow great tomb split apart, as if the cosmos was hacked apart. A path appeared. Immortal Tao essence energy poured outwards. At the same time, within a certain remains in the 9 heavens above, great cracks interweaved, primal chaos surging, similar things happening. Kacha noises sounded, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, undying essence energy surging, rich like water. In this place, there were some cultivators who passed by, all of them incredibly shocked. It was because through those great cracks they could vaguely make out several paths. Moreover, within that passage stood a few creatures. They seemed to be incredibly far away, every one of them incredibly cold and indifferent, making even the skies tremble before them. It wasn't just one place, some in the 9 heavens above, some in the 10 earths below. Through the cracks on those great ancient paths, there were great banners that fluttered, surging through the world. They gave everyone an extremely strange feeling, as if the endless starry skies separated them, but also as if they were separated by endless years. That day, in this world, there were shocking changes in some strange ancient lands. In some rather bizarre and vile environments, there were irregular changes. Unfortunately, only a few people noticed anything. No one in the other various lands knew about it. It was because, comparatively speaking, they were too far from each other. There were some places that had been abandoned for a long time, far from places of life. For example, Yang Crucifix Earth was a destroyed, restricted region. Who would be able to head there normally? However, that day, these vile lands underwent shocking changes, as if a cosmos river of stars swept up heaven, overflowing Immortal Tao essence energy, shocking this universe. What happened? In the 9 heavens above, when some people crossed over some barren prehistoric ruins, they were greatly shocked, leaving them with a memory they would never forget for the rest of their lives. In those ruins, broken metal beams were everywhere, ruined jade roof tiles everywhere. All of them rose to the surface, moving about. A great black crack extended into the cosmos. Heavens! What kind of demonic army is this? Someone cried out in horror. The skies were dusky, heavy dark clouds covering the heavens. Occasionally, blood-colored lightning would interweave past, tearing apart the pitch-black heavens, revealing the true scene. There were great armies, unmoving, as if they were standing in the distant past. Their bodies were covered in blood, bathed in the blood of all different experts, still alive after endless battles, now approaching. They didn't move, completely still, but the warship carrying them was massive beyond compare. It moved slowly, arriving in this world through that ancient passage. Only, that ship was too slow, as if it crossed an endless cosmos sea, going from ancient world to ancient world, needing time to arrive. Perhaps it would be 100 years, perhaps several months, perhaps they might arrive in an instant. It was hard to say, impossible to predict. These creatures were like clay sculptures, not moving at all. Cold armor covered their bodies, as if they lacked life. Only those ice-cold eyes still carried bone-piercing cold light, indicating that they were still alive. It was precisely this group of people who were approaching, arriving in the 3,000 provinces. This was the scene quite a few people from the 9 heavens above saw. They immediately shivered inwardly, and then they escaped in alarm, heading to the great long-life families to report. Unfortunately, the cracks here weren't stable, as if they would disappear at any time. Those figures would also be drowned under darkness. However, comparatively speaking, in the ancient lands outside, there was one expanse of ruins that was comparatively more clear, even more shocking than this place. This expanse of ruins belonged to a certain land in the 10 earths next to the 3,000 provinces, known as Immortal Deathland. It was named so because in the endlessly distant past, there were many immortals who died here. In this ancient land, the centermost region was a place no one was willing to approach. The earth there was blood-colored, the vicious aura too strong. Even though it wasn't a man-made restricted region, it already became a true land of death. No creatures were willing to go there. During Immortal Ancients' battle, this place was piled with immortal corpses, all of them ancient people who were killed in the war. In the end, even after the other side's experts brought away those corpses, bringing them over to the other side, this place was still completely barren, not a blade of grass growing. It was located at the center of this great continent, yet it was a place no one was willing to enter. There were some who suspected that when immortal blood soaked through this place, it became too concentrated, equivalent to a sacrifice being carried out. Perhaps even the other side felt that it was inappropriate, quickly cleaning it up. After countless years passed, something strange happened to this place. The blood-colored earth split apart. The dried blood seemed to flow in reverse, obtaining life force. This place became damp, scarlet, and terrifying. There was immortal blood flowing here. Even though there wasn't much, it was still horrifying. The entire ancient land was shining, releasing a faint red blood radiance, making this place appear more and more sinister. It was like a land of sacrifice calling something. That day, quite a few people saw this, hurrying to the outer areas to see for themselves. There was an ice-cold spear that was scarlet red, carrying immortal blood radiance that reached out from the ground, about to break through this ancient continent. Finally, with a pung sound, blood-colored earth and stone rushed into the heavens, revealing the scene underground. This wasn't actually underground, but rather a spatial path. It was great, deep, and endlessly vast, connected to a place that was everlasting and unknown. The person that appeared was a war general. He was opening the path alone. When he didn't move, he was like a matchless demon king who overlooked the world, cold and ferocious like an immortal golden eagle. Only when he slowly raised his arm did everyone feel like he was alive, that he still had life. This person stood on a small boat, almost not moving. Only when that spatial passage was unsteady, about to close, would he slowly raise the blood-colored pike, piercing it outwards to produce a gate, wishing to leave through it. That spatial passage was just too vast, great without end. A mysterious river slowly flowed around it, full of primal chaos and immortal mist. That small boat carried that creature, flowing downwards, arriving in this place. His hands held that spear, the spear point aimed at the skies, resisting the heart of this immortal deathland. Immortal Death Continent, the centermost region, was like a land of sacrifice. It wasn't originally like this, but after it was soaked in immortal blood, it was more or less one. This place became a passage. He is too terrifying. Where is he from? Why do I feel like he isn't like a creature from the other side? Someone said with a trembling voice. It was because this person had visited Desolate Border, participated in the protection of the city. After the Great War ended, many withdrew from Desolate Border and returned to their homes. There were some who returned to Immortal Deathland of the 10 Earths as well. They had seen the other side's creatures before, so now that they saw the expert on this small boat, they just felt like he didn't seem like one of them, that he had other origins. The most terrifying thing was that the spatial passage was too great. That river flowed slowly, pressing over just like that, its source unknown. Everyone felt like this was just the scout, someone leading the way alone. There should be more experts behind him. This shocked all clans in Immortal Deathland. Many experts hurried over, because the scenes here were too clear. There was actually a creature who was impossible to surmise, blood-colored war spear in hand. It was as if he was splitting open the heaven and earth, wishing to blast through the great realm wall, appearing just that suddenly. Someone sucked in a cold breath of air. When a few top-level sex old masters hurried over, they opened their heavenly eyes, operated the most powerful magical force, igniting their cultivation, and only then did they see some of the truth. Inside the massive spatial passage, at the limits of that stream, at the very distant source, that place seemed to be a sea deep and impossible to explore. It was as if one's soul would be sucked right in. Did this creature come from that place? Immortal Deathland. The powerful individuals of all clans were shocked. This created a great disturbance. The various sects in Immortal Deathland all becoming alarmed. There was a creature crossing over a great realm wall. Some cultivators gathered together to discuss this, moreover asked for help from other ancient lands. They released this place's emergency signal. Only, before the people from other places arrived, the blood-soaked central region was caving in, cracking apart. The spatial passage was becoming unstable. One could vaguely hear a low roar that was enough to crush a sea of stars, crushing all things. However, in the end it was stopped by the realm wall. Everyone saw that the creature was surrounded by primal chaos and immortal Tao essence energy, becoming hazy and indistinct. With his final effort, a spear pierced out, blood radiance shocking past and present. Unfortunately, that passage began to break apart, gradually caving in. He also became indistinct, that boat shaken greatly, unable to remain calm. In the end, the final scene couldn't be preserved. It was as if a mirror was shattered, everything breaking down, no longer visible. This type of event definitely couldn't be hidden. It spread in all directions. Not long afterwards, the major inheritances of the 9 heavens 10 earths all received reports. In the 9 heavens ancient lands, a great army appeared, but it was indistinct, hard to make out clearly. However, Immortal Deathland's expert was too clear. Many people had seen it, moreover using memory crystals to engrave what they witnessed, handing it over to those great sects to examine. At the very least, all of the long-life families obtained a memory crystal. This person's spear, just a single spear could pierce through a realm wall? The great sects were all researching this event, immediately communicating secretly with each other. Was this a terrifying omen that a cruel era was about to descend? Something strange. There are bits and pieces recorded in a certain ancient book, but I cannot grasp the truth. We have to fully investigate this. Regardless of whether it was the long-life families or long-life imperial courts, these inheritances that coexisted with the world were all alarmed. They felt waves of biting chilliness. It was as if when autumn winds blew, 10,000 leaves would turn yellow and fall, the great world about to wither away. This wasn't a misperception. All of the older individuals who had lived for a long enough time felt greatly alarmed. Even those who reached the supreme being realm felt flustered. They felt like there really would be an autumn wind sweeping about, blowing down endless yellow leaves. Moreover, those so-called withered leaves might precisely be their sex. Meanwhile, once this autumn wind passes, perhaps there would be an even more bitter and frigid winter. The families that were far enough away and the inheritances that had been established at the very beginning of the eras were extremely sensitive towards this type of omen. There was naturally a reason why they were able to live for so long. All of these families had a type of innate sensitivity and intuition. This was passed down to them by their ancestors, the inheritance and imprints flowing through their blood. It was because their ancestors had avoided this type of disaster and calamity, experienced the doomsday chaos of Immortal Ancient. They sensed that a great disaster might be approaching, that it wasn't far off. The great sects were all trying to deal with this situation. If there were any unforeseeable great disasters that descended, how were they supposed to deal with this? How were they supposed to protect themselves? We have to enter Immortal Domain, need to find a way to get inside. There are no pure lands left in these lower realms. It will definitely be beaten into ruin, become a scorched earth, covered in blood. A long-life Imperial Court's old emperor was extremely anxious as he said this. In this family's internal meeting, his mood was extremely stirred up. When one reached their later years, their intuition became extremely sharp. How can we enter Immortal Domain? Someone said quietly, frowning. That place wasn't one where you could enter just because you wanted to, it was too strict. Meanwhile, this time, Immortal Domain was searching for unmatched seeds, accumulating power in preparation against something. Was this done out of apprehension towards something? Or was it purely a coincidence? They most likely couldn't go inside. Perhaps only the clan's middle-aged powerful elites had a chance of heading to Immortal Domain. Immortal Domain's emissary, where is he right now? Hurry and find him, gift him some treasures, plead him to be accommodating. We have to seize a few quotas for our clan. It's difficult, extremely difficult. He doesn't dare cross the line, because the clans are all watching. Immortal Domain definitely will get involved too. When Immortal Domain's emissary was brought up, everyone naturally couldn't help but think about his current attitude. Some ancient lands in the 9 heavens 10 earths underwent strange changes, so he definitely heard the news as well. What kind of attitude did he have? Hurry and send someone to pay Emissary Great One a visit. Inquire what his current plans are, what his opinions regarding these shocking developments are. Some families sent out important figures from their clans to see the emissary, wishing to understand his intentions. However, the information they received made their minds go cold. That Immortal Domain emissary had already packed his bags, about to go back already, in a hurry, not willing to stay here even a moment longer. Why? Could it be that a great disaster really is descending? There were some who began to panic even more, feeling more and more fretful. Was the emissary going to leave? Perhaps he also sensed that a great disaster was approaching. Rumor has it that the emissary might have encountered some setbacks in the lower realms, that this is the reason why he is leaving. Suffered a setback in the lower realms? Why? What happened? There was a great vicious being that appeared in the lower realms. It previously chased after Emissary Great One until he had to run for his life in a sorry state, almost losing his life in Void God realm. This was unexpected information, enough to make everyone look at each other in dismay. However, before the shocking changes that were happening in this world, it was comparatively not as shocking. Otherwise, it was enough to stir up a great uproar in the higher realms, trigger a huge commotion. Despite this being the case, news still went out. Many clans still couldn't say anything for a long time. Bewildered, a chaos demonic ape appeared in the lower realms. The emissary was driven away. This is just two. Everyone's hearts were rising and falling, their feelings extremely complicated. Something's not right, that is only what it looks like on the outside. The true reason is because the irregular changes with this heaven and earth are too serious. Not even the emissary of Immortal Domain could remain calm. That is why he is leaving ahead of time. He is leaving because of this? When they studied things like this, some cultivators cried out in alarm. Was there really a great disaster about to descend? Watch him closely, an old clan elder ordered. Soon afterwards, news went out, they obtained results. Immortal Domain's emissary, after hearing the information various clans reported, turned around and left, not even staying for a moment longer. He left the 9 heavens 10 earths, bringing those youngsters straight towards Immortal Domain. Immortal Domain's emissary actually left just like that, leaving this world. Everyone was left speechless for a long time, feeling increasingly worried and fearful. Did he say anything? He said that he was going to make a report, ask the immortal kings for their instructions. Someone reported. The 9 heavens 10 earths great clans all sank into a state of uneasiness. Immortal Palace, the ancient bronze palace, was majestic and imposing. This was an immortal artifact, even more so a sacred hall. As it stood there, it was grand and ancient-looking. Green rust covered its surface, as if just a gentle touch would make large amounts of it fall, giving off an ancient feeling. Today, the bronze palace shone. Immortal Palace's supreme being paid a visit, trying to communicate with this palace's ruined immortal, reporting the situation to him. The ruined immortal lived inside an underground immortal spring, using this to preserve his life. If those things really did happen, then we must leave. Otherwise, we will definitely die. We must enter immortal domain. The ruined immortal revived, giving this type of strong response, informing Immortal Palace's supreme being that they had to wait carefully. Once immortal domain's people reappeared, they had to bring this bronze palace into that realm no matter what. Hong Long Long. That day, Immortal Palace's ancient land rumbled with noise, draconic energy surging, immortal mist spreading. The ruined immortal was displaying a great method, trying to uproot the immortal spring, preparing for his departure ahead of time. The ruined immortal is going to leave. When news went out, the various great clans were all speechless. There was no longer any need for doubt. This world was definitely going to fall into chaos. Several days later, in the region Immortal Palace resided in, the immortal spring appeared from the surface, accompanied by an altar. The ruined immortal sat on it, displaying methods there. The entire altar became incomparably resplendent. He was knocking on the immortal gates, wishing to use a secret method to communicate with the other realm, making an offering, using treasures, undying blood, and other things as a sacrifice to connect to that world. Unfortunately, he failed. Immortal Domain rejected the ruined immortal. Not even he can enter. That day, an uproar erupted in all different clans. Immortal Domain, no matter who it was, they couldn't rush in. However, the creatures who came from that place had some methods, able to carry out an offering and communicate with that world, allowing for the exchange of information. Only the ruined immortal was refused. This was outside of everyone's predictions. Not long afterwards, Immortal Domain passed down a decree. Only unmatched seeds could enter Immortal Domain, and they could bring a portion of their clansmen. Once these news sounded, all sides were shaken up. Some of the clansmen could be brought. Wasn't this great news? As long as the important figures crossed worlds, then they could create another great clan. Exiled Immortal, Heavenly Horned Ant, Dual Pupils, and the others all became targets of various clans roping. They offered great conditions, wishing to rope them into their own inheritances. It was because the more powerful the unmatched seeds, the more clansmen they could bring. Only now did some people feel stunned, too late for regrets. If Huang was here, he could most likely bring a great amount of people into Immortal Domain. Has Huang really been crippled or not? Emissary Great One was chased after. Was it by the Chaos Demonic Ape or was it Huang? There were some who were doubtful. Right now, even Immortal Palace became a bit quiet. Not even they had the qualifications to enter, unable to enter that realm. Now, if Huang was still alive, not crippled, had they kept friendly relationship, they could have been brought into Immortal Domain. Many people became quiet. No, we have to make a trip through Void God Realm. If Huang is still alive and unharmed, we have to invite him back. No matter what the price we have to pay, it is worth it. There were some people who began to panic, really wishing to bring him back up from the lower realms. However, that was easier said than done. That place was special. The two realms couldn't communicate with each other. Normally, no one could head down. It was basically complete separation. At the same time, there were some terrifying news that were released pertaining to the Void God realm, recently spreading to the higher realm. Heavenly Country's Vice Sect Master, Immortal Palace's number 2, Ho Clan's Great Cultivators and others. A group of powerful beings, including the 9 Heavens Wang and Jin family's experts, lost their lives in Void God realm. Everyone was shocked, also sighing inwardly, feeling fear. It is too terrifying. Those experts were actually eaten. Is it Huang or the chaos demonic ape? It should be the latter, right? There were some people who began to speculate. While the higher realm was discussing this, Hao was cultivating, resisting bitterly. The so-called becoming a supreme being was to fight intense battles in the blood-colored swamp, fight against past supreme beings. Bird Grandpa and Coin Elder opened up this ancient land, allowing it to reveal its true appearance. In the depths of the marsh, there were ruined bones and corpses. They were all the spiritual remains of past experts, some of them mortal Tao supreme beings, extremely powerful when they were alive. Now, this place still had their great Tao traces. They revived. Hao fought bloody battles against them, slaughtering from one to the next. One day, when you can kill them, you will naturally become a supreme being, Bird Grandpa said. Hao vomited blood. Did he need these two old things to tell him this? If he could kill experts that were at the supreme being level, he would naturally enter that level. In this place, he could only fight. There was no choice. As such, he suffered greatly. He was chased after by the remains of supreme beings, suppressed, overwhelmed. It was just too miserable. Hao already had no temper left. Fortunately, even if he was smashed into a rain of light in those battle areas, he could still revive in the depths of the marsh. There was a giant formation here, allowing the fighters to remain unharmed. This was a place of bloody battles, prepared for sharpening the strong. Hao knew that this could indeed stimulate accelerated growth. By continuously fighting against supreme experts, he would become stronger even if he didn't want to. Now, he discovered that the lower realms indeed had what he needed. He could temper his true body with the Lord of the restricted region, while the Void God realm could refine his true self. He was looking forward to the results of this training, waiting for the day when he could rush into the heavens. Void God realm, low roars and blood-splashing sounds could be heard from time to time. It was extremely terrifying. Kacha! This was the sound of the frontal bone splitting, sky-piercing sword energy rippling outwards. Everything here was not much different from the real world, as if one was in a dream. The Crimson Dragon was stupefied. That cheap master of his was going all out, slaughtering left and right, not stopping. Even though those supreme beings were damaged, not complete, just spiritual remains, they were still terrifying. They struck down Hao into the bloody earth many times. However, he didn't give up, instead fighting here fiercely without end. This was a special land, a special region in the blood marsh that actually no longer suppressed cultivation. Whatever one's level really was, then that was what it was here. Frightening brilliance erupted there. One could imagine just what Hao was experiencing. Being able to continue like this really wasn't easy at all. Fortunately, it was precisely because it was extremely dangerous that there were formation cores here that ensured the challengers' lives. Even if their bodies broke apart, they could be reassembled. If it was a normal marsh outside, no matter how strong Hao was, there was no way he would last. He would definitely follow in the steps of those higher realm individuals. That day, there was a disturbance in the higher realm. Someone came from Immortal domain again. Apart from the emissary, there were a few knights, all of them dressed in heavy armor, immortal energy surrounding their bodies. They were true powerful experts, arriving with important orders. Hong Long. That day, several knights went up into the 9 heavens, down into the 10 earths, taking action separately, raising great banners one after another. There were 19 great banners in total, fluttering about, inserted in the 9 heavens 10 earths, every single ancient land bearing a great banner. All of the great earths were greatly shaken. Everyone was shocked. What were they trying to do? Immortal domain's kings are worried for this world's safety, so they specially sent down some war generals, using 19 great banners to guard the various lands. This was the information the emissary released. These knights came for the sake of guarding the various ancient lands, to stabilize those regions. Only everyone still felt worry. They were merely 19 banners. Could they really guard against everything? It was impossible. Many people knew that what came would go, just that they now bought some time. It really was unknown just what kind of terrifying scene would appear in the future. It is still not enough. Altars needs to be established around these 19 banners, moreover soaked in the blood of the various clans' creatures. This was the decree passed down by Immortal Domain's emissary, representing the words of an immortal king, requiring them to do this. No one dared go against this decree, all sides starting to move, separately building altars for the great banners. The only fortunate thing was that even if they needed the blood of different creatures, no lives needed to be taken. Just some suitable sacrifices were enough. However, despite this being the case, everyone still frowned, feeling great worry. Regardless of whether it was when the ruined immortal being rushed to try to enter Immortal Domain or when these people arranged formations, they were all carrying out sacrifices. What were all of these offerings for? Was there a hidden, unmatched, powerful existence? Then, one of the knights who came with the emissary entered Spirit Realm alone, eventually silently proceeding to Void God Realm, coming with a purpose. In the lower realm, Hao left the marsh. During these past few days, his life and death tempering temporarily came to an end. His cultivation made some progress, his Dao skills advancing. However, he left, wishing to return after a period of time. It was because when one was constantly in a state of life and death, constantly fighting great battles, it would easily make one go mad, go insane. He had to know restraint. There was no way he could become a supreme being after just a few days. When he returned to Stone Village, the Xian was currently scratching its ears and cheeks in frustration, extremely impatient. It was because it already roughly found where Swan Saint was. All of the clues pointing towards an area in flood region. There were lakes everywhere, full of jade-colored ripples. This was a lake region, all types of waterfowl spreading their wings. There was a mountain that towered within a great lake, spiritual essence swirling about. It was located at the center of the lake. An old and gray-haired Taoist, shriveled and skinny, sat on a praying mat, currently chanting scriptures. His blood energy was no longer as vigorous already in his later years. However, when his eyes opened and fell, symbols flickered, a sign of a powerful being. No one would expect that this was an expert who was touching the borders of the true deity domain. His divine flame surged. If not for his lifespan close to reaching his end, he would have long entered the true deity realm. He was precisely Swan Saint, a bird clan expert who had lived for an endless amount of time, the heaven-swallowing sparrow's master. There were rumors all around the outside world that he had long died, moreover died under his own disciples' hands. In his later years, he was devoured by the heaven-swallowing sparrow, his end miserable. Who would have expected that he was still alive, moreover comprehending some type of unmatched sutra? Unfortunately, progress was slow, he didn't obtain the achievements he needed. Time does not wait for me, my time is limited. I guess it is my fate to just leave with the wind like this. Swan Saint released a sigh. Interesting. A bird clan expert who has been dead for many years is still in this world. You've kept quite the low profile, but you were still exposed. Xianxia appeared. He stood on that mountain, examining the ancient cave before him. Eyes brilliant, able to pry through everything, understanding the mysteries of Swan Saint's body. Swan Saint was at the peak of Divine Flame Realm, 1 foot in the true deity realm. Unfortunately, his blood energy was insufficient, unable to break through further. In the lower realms, having this type of creature was still quite the rare thing. After all, the 8 regions had experienced a great calamity, not many strong individuals left now. The little stone? Swan Saint didn't seem all that shocked, moreover immediately recognizing him. Oh? You recognize me, knowing that I will return? Xianxia asked. The Xian already jumped onto the stone cliff, staring at the elder in the ancient cave, baring his fangs. Back then, it obtained the mountain treasure already, but ultimately lost it. Now, it could clearly see that there was a square bone piece inside that ancient cave on a stone table. It was snow-white like jade, releasing a sparkling brilliance. It was precisely the mountain treasure from the past. Old thing, you really are crafty, the rest of the world already believing that you were eaten by your disciple. Yet in the end, your disciple is completely dead, while you are still jumping around, even obtaining its mountain treasure. The Xian shouted. Swan Saint revealed a bitter smile. This Jian really wasn't all that polite, what jumping around. His blood was clearly dried up, already close to withering away. Jian, you jester. I am already in my dying years, about to pass away at any moment. What vitality is there left to speak of? The Jian didn't say anything, only using its eyes to stare at the mountain treasure on the stone table, its eyes fiery. The Swan Saint released a sigh and said, "Back then, I indeed almost died. When the fuel in the lamp almost completely burned out, a spiritual body seated in meditation. My disciple mistook it for me, swallowing me with a single bite. In the past, Swan Saint's heart turned cold. That was his disciple, yet it actually took advantage of his age to harm him. Fortunately, he was already alert ahead of time, his spiritual body dying in his place. When the events of the past were mentioned, he released a sigh, feeling great grief. This is precisely why it stimulated it. Originally, I should have died, but in the end, I still had a type of conviction, stifling a wave of anger, and thus made it through. He not only stuck it through, his cultivation even made some breakthroughs over time, breaking free from the dying state. In reality, when the 8 regions faced the great calamity, my disciple didn't die in the chaos. In the end, I was the one who ended its life. The Swan Saint said honestly. It was because he learned that the heaven-swallowing sparrow had devoured countless creatures in those years, establishing endless slaughter, full of bloodiness, incredibly vicious. Previously, Swan Saint's life flame was about to go out, powerless to purge the sins of his own disciple. However, after he recovered, reaching the peak of divine flame realm cultivation, killing the heaven-swallowing sparrow was naturally an easy task. That disciple of mine was extremely cunning. During the great chaos of the 8 regions, it was completely unharmed, avoiding all types of dangers. It was my sudden appearance that resulted in his death. Otherwise, the heaven-swallowing sparrow might have lived to this day. What a pity. I would have liked to have the heaven-swallowing sparrow for a great meal. Xianxia sighed. Not being able to throw this bird into the pot made him feel a bit regretful. What kind of person was this? Swan Saint released a hollow laugh. Do you know why I came? Xianxia asked. I do, I already sensed it a while ago. In the past few days, there were some people who continuously roamed about this lake region, investigating, so I knew that you were going to come. Swan Saint said. Then, he pointed at the stone table, saying, That is the mountain treasure. It originally belonged to the Zhuyan. Now, it will be returned to the rightful owner. The Zhuyan couldn't hold itself back anymore. At this point, there was nothing to be scared of. It directly made its way over, jumping onto a stone table, seizing it, turning it about in his hands. I do not have much life left in me. This thing is wide-ranging and profound. I was only able to comprehend some superficial bits. It truly is embarrassing. Yet just this bit almost made me refine myself to death. Swan Saint sighed. He was unwilling, feeling dejection, as well as much regret and helplessness. Xianxia didn't expect things to be this smooth, just directly obtaining it. It made him feel a bit moved. He thought of the past. When he was young, the mountain treasure already appeared. Now, 20-something years passed just like that without any news of it. Yet today, he truly obtained it. There is something strange, definitely something odd. The Zhuyan examined it, carefully sensing it, becoming moved and fearful. Xianxia received it, stroking this pure white bone piece. Before he even truly studied it, he already knew that this was a formidable supreme treasure. After so many years had passed, the mountain treasure was finally in his hands. During this period, his feelings were complicated. It was full of ups and downs, too many things happening. Back then, there was the tragedy of the great wilderness villages being wiped out, as well as the lower realms' chaos, and the disorder within the imperial city. Xianxia already left, heading into the higher realm, even more so set out for desolate border, fighting the other side in a bloody battle, but now he returned again, encountering the mountain treasure the powerful individuals fought over when he was young. It didn't seem to be a bone object. It instead had a warm jade smoothness, sturdy and unbreaking. He applied some force to it, in the end discovering that the mountain treasure was completely unaffected, not showing the slightest bit of effect. Sure Hao had long suspected that his bone was special. Now, he further confirmed that it was definitely unusual. In an instant, another bone appeared in his hands, precisely the 10,000 spirit diagram. It was also spotlessly white like jade, lacking flaws. The two's qualities were too similar. Dang! When the two bones made contact, the sound was like that of metals striking each other, releasing a clear sound. Sure Hao examined it carefully again and again, feeling like these two really were too similar. He put away the 10,000 spirit diagram, and then after taking a deep breath, he began to use all of his strength to crush it. In the end, it still didn't break. With his current great strength, he still couldn't break it at all. It is extremely similar. He suspected that this bone piece might be of the same material as the 10,000 spirit diagram. If his suspicions were correct, then this bone alone was endlessly precious, can be refined into a supreme treasure. If not for this bone being a bit dimmer, having some differences from the 10,000 spirit diagram, Sure Hao would have said that the two were from the same source with extreme confidence. It is a bit lacking. Sure Hao caressed this bone. He turned it around and then displayed precious techniques. 6 different precious techniques were used on it. It immediately released great brilliance, becoming dazzling, flowing with brilliant light. The Zhuyan was shocked. It was an excitable person. When it played around with it just now, it didn't even discover any abnormalities, yet now, in Sure Hao's hands, it displayed this type of change. I was just trying some things out. I saw that it had 6 sides, so I activated some precious techniques, Sure Hao said. In reality, he sensed that some great methods within him were resonating with it, the so-called natural reaction. The 6-sided pure white bone piece released a clear sound, and then it opened, one side actually a cover. It broke free from the bone piece, revealing the scene within. Swan Saint sighed, saying, "This treasure had karma with you after all. This old one could only open it after studying it for an extremely long time. Yet you all immediately learned of this precious case's secrets." Multicolored light flickered inside. Was this precious case the spatial storage of some giant? It looked small, but the inside gave one an extremely spacious feeling, as if it was a night sky glittering with stars. Inside were a few beast skins, extremely ancient, carrying mottled dried bloodstains, unknown just how many years they had existed for. In this moment, a certain feeling within Sure Hao's body became even stronger. He could not calm down, becoming a bit stirred up. He quickly produced these beast skins. This was what it was after all. Sure Hao was incredibly shaken while holding them, studying them one after another. In the end, he sighed, feeling extremely gratified. After searching everywhere for it, it was actually so close. In the past, he continuously searched bitterly, yet didn't find anything. Yet now it appeared here. This was the inheritance of Supreme Hall. Meanwhile, inside of it, the sect's unmatched ancient heavenly art, 6 Tao reincarnations, was clearly recorded. This was an ancient scripture. Apart from the 6 Tao reincarnations, there were also some other methods, quite a few precious techniques as well, for example, the Ho clan, Luan Bird clan, Bifang clan. Among these, it was naturally the 6 Tao reincarnations' heavenly art that was most precious. I finally found the original heavenly art. Sure Hao had previously obtained this type of scripture from Origin Ancient Mine, but those were only the 6 hand signs, not the complete true technique. Now he obtained the latter half. However, those 6 hand signs were wide-ranging and profound, already deriving many profound mysteries, the depths impossible to explain, representing a small half of this inheritance. That was why Sure Hao was able to display endless power when using it. However, what was incomplete would always be incomplete in the end. Now everything was whole. In the past, he had used the damaged 6 Tao reincarnations to face other ancient heavenly arts. Now he would definitely become even stronger. If he faced those enemies from the past again, when displaying this technique, he would definitely overwhelm them, kill gods and Buddhas alike. Whoever dared defy him, they would all be suppressed and killed. Sure Hao stood in the ancient cave, continuously forming imprints. 6 types of hand signs were displayed, becoming faster and faster. His entire being was like an incarnation of the great Tao. 6 black holes appeared, devouring everything. In the end, a rain of time fragments scattered outwards, reversing the world. Then, the cycle of life appeared, the 100 states of humanity altering. This was a great world reincarnation. Afterwards, the universe's stellar seas broke apart, primal chaos appearing. The light of the Absolute beginning flickered, all life reviving, reconstructing the world, entering an era of creation again. In the end, all types of scenes appeared, the larger ones scenes of the cosmos, the smaller ones like ants. Everything was reincarnating, including the drifting of endless time, the waiting of new life, as well as materialistic transformations, from dragons to dirt, and then it was being absorbed by plants, becoming a divine tree and others. All types of bizarre and strange scenes continuously appeared. This was precisely the 6 Tao reincarnations, all things alternating included within. In the end, Shao's expression became solemn, all of the magical imprints returning. With a hong sound, he struck out. The level of this technique he possessed when using this technique was now already completely different. This was a method for supporting precious techniques, harmonizing many types of precious techniques, overlaying them, forming even more terrifying fighting strength. If this type of power was released, nothing could stand before it. In the following days, Shao studied this technique, fully comprehending the 6 Tao reincarnations. This was a great method, one that could be considered unrivaled. From past until now, the scriptures, great methods and other things that could still last until this day, able to be passed on in unmatched inheritances, were too few. Now Shao obtained an unmatched source of backing. Forget about everything else, just by having this method, he could already sweep through many opponents. Even if immortal domains inheritances were ancient, every one of them powerful, Shao still had confidence now that he had this technique. Even though Swan Saint had heard of Shao's reputation before, knowing that he was stunning, now that he truly met him, he understood what someone born to cultivate was like. Such a complex great method, one that was difficult to comprehend before the little stone, was just several days of work. My life is like a setting sun. Being able to bear witness to the path of a generation's heaven's pride can already be considered a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Swan Saint said, "The reason why I can comprehend this technique is because I am currently at the self-release realm, my accumulation deep enough. Thus, now when I study great methods where the water flows, a canal is formed." Shao showed a rare humbleness. "Do not say any more." The Zhuyan was annoyed. Swan Saint was also stunned. Because just how old was the little stone? He was far much younger than himself, yet he talked about some deep enough accumulation. Was this humbleness, or was this narcissism? Shao lowered the 6 Tao reincarnations text, engraving it deeply in his mind, moreover comprehending it to a deeper level. From here on out, what he needed to do was to test it out, be sharpened by practice over time. All divine abilities and secret methods, even when researched to the extreme, needed to undergo the baptism of blood and flames. True gold needed to be refined through flames. He studied the other beast skins. These were all precious techniques collected by Supreme Hall, including the Ho clans and Luan clans, all of them formidable precious techniques. However, Shao, who obtained the Lightning Emperor, Kuanpeng, Willow Deity and True Phoenix precious techniques, was no longer moved. He had already examined the most powerful secret techniques, so would he really feel any excitement towards these? After flipping through the final beast's skin, Shao was moved. This one was too damaged, recording the Swan and I technique. The symbols were too blurry, already hard to read. He felt like there was something wrong. The Swan and I technique wasn't weak, but it definitely shouldn't have been left in the last page. It was instead comparable to other divine abilities. It wasn't a precious technique that could be considered the greatest secret. Shao released his divine senses, carefully studying it. In an instant, his expression changed greatly, his divine senses quickly reversing, entire body flying out. At the same time, he also brought the Zhuyan and Swan Saint with him, protecting them. Chi chi chi. Silver sword energy interweaved, blasting the ancient cave to pieces, flattening the mountains, piercing the void, hacking down the stars in outer space. Forget about the Swan Saint and Jian being horrified. Even Shihao was shocked. This sword energy was too ferocious, unstoppable, cutting all things tangible. In the original location, the beast skin that recorded the Swan Ni technique turned to ashes, leaving behind a silver metal page. There were patterns on it, mysterious symbols recorded there. It was releasing incomparable sword energy. It was just a metal sheet, yet it could release this type of sword energy. It truly was shocking. It was all because it recorded a type of sword art that there was this type of scene. Matchless sword art. The Jian was excited, jumping over. Shihao said to himself, I just knew there was something off. How could Supreme Hall not have a great hidden secret technique? A secret technique kept at the very bottom of the treasury. Sword intent surging into the heavens. It was just a simple sheet of paper, silvery white in color. It was releasing Zhang sword cries, shaking one's soul. It wasn't a sword body, instead merely a medium for recording the sword art. Only after a long time had passed did it calm down, stop moving. There was only silver radiance flowing through it, condensing like a silver stream. Numerous and complicated bone texts decorated its surface. It didn't fall to the ground, instead floating in midair, completely quiet. Shihao walked forward, seizing it. One could see wisps of sword energy hack out again, but it was no longer that chaotic. So this is what it was. Shihao was shocked, recognizing what kind of sword extreme it was. It was something he had came into contact with before, moreover cultivated a portion of, but didn't obtain the true original technique. Grass symbol sword art. In the past, when he was young, he had fought a great battle against others in the Void God realm, previously obtaining an ancient beast skin as a result. After examining it, he discovered the grass symbol sword art. At that time, he was still young, only knowing that this was a sword intent left behind by an exceptional sword saint. Later on, when he headed into the higher realm, he gradually learned that one of the Vicious 10 was previously a stalk of grass, its leaves like swords, 9 of them in total. When the 9 leaves moved, heaven and earth would be overturned, sword energy hacking apart the universe, unmatched under the heavens. The so-called sword saint, it should be a descendant of that stalk. Shihao understood. This stalk of grass was the most mysterious among the Vicious 10. It was because even back then, not many people knew just how powerful it was, if it was an immortal king. Before it could display its brilliance, it already fell too early. During the Battle of Immortal Ancient, it was rather unlucky. Right when the 4 undying kings were crossing realms, it was planted there. Impossible to avoid this encounter, only able to fight a bloody battle. Who could face 4 undying kings? No matter how powerful that stalk of grass was, there was no way it could be a match. No one personally witnessed that battle, but they had previously sensed endless sword energy tearing apart a sea of stars, hacking apart the cosmos. In the end, it never appeared again. As for how strong it really was, it was difficult to say. In those times, in the beginning, it hadn't fought with the most powerful, always remaining rather low profile. Then, towards the end, it encountered those 4 great undying kings. The reason why it was ranked among the Vicious 10 was because it dared fight a bloody battle against 4 great undying kings, so it was naturally ferocious to the extreme. Apart from this, it was rumored that from the past until now, there were 3 great sword arts, representing extreme power, known as unmatched techniques. One of them was the chaos calming art, the entire world aware of its existence. It had forcibly stopped a foreign invasion in the mid-phase of Immortal Ancient, calming the chaos under the heavens. It was rumored that the grass symbol sword art was another one of the 3 great sword arts, invincible. If one truly cultivated it to the peak, then it could hack through the past and present, reveal the everlasting. It was glorious, existing in an even more ancient period. Unfortunately, none of those of later generations were able to learn the details regarding its existence. During Immortal Ancient Great Era, the people still knew a bit, which was why it was discussed along with the chaos calming art, being called one of the 3 great offensive methods. That was why that stalk of grass, even though not everyone in the world knew of its achievements, was still an inheritor of that lineage, thus easily listed as one of the Vicious 10. Unfortunately, even though the lineage was a plant, a type of grass, it was always extremely rare. Only after many years would a grass seed grow again from the scorched earth, appear in this world. The so-called many years was perhaps as long as the larger half of a great era. Grass symbol sword art. There was nothing it couldn't pierce through, cutting through mud with divine weapons, soft and easy. It was a cultivation method, completely different from the chaos calming art. The latter forged the primordial spirit, turning it into a sword core, while the grass symbol sword art refined the tangible into a sword core, making the arm, finger bones, and other parts like sword cores unstoppable. No wonder, Shurhao nodded. Supreme Hall had the 6 Dao Reincarnation's heavenly art. This was a great method used specially to spur on great techniques, so how could they lack extreme precious techniques? This was how it should be. It supported many secret methods. At the very least, there needed to be one unmatched secret method as the spearhead. This grass symbol sword art was the most suitable to be this spearhead. In the past, when I obtained that beast skin scroll from Void God Realm, there were also some characters about the 6 Dao Reincarnations. It seems like this isn't without reason. The grass symbol sword art and 6 Dao Reincarnations heavenly art previously belonging to one family. Without a doubt, that was Supreme Hall's damaged inheritance, lost in the outside world. After carefully recalling it, Shurhao further realized that the giant tortoise carrying the ancient palace, roaming about the great wilderness around Stone Village, was precisely Supreme Hall. Meanwhile, the mountain treasure appeared in that region. This was what was proper and to be expected. Rumors has it that the tortoise with the palace on its back, even though it wasn't real, was definitely related to that inheritance, the situation complex. Turns out this was indeed the case. There was no way for sure how to confirm whether that mountain treasure was purposely left behind by the giant tortoise, or if it was also searching for the lost inheritance with the palace on its back. During the following days, Shurhao sat by the lake, calmly studying this sword art. He was extremely serious, analyzing it carefully. It was because he really desired the chaos calming art, always wanting it, but couldn't get it. That was a method of forging the primordial spirit. Meanwhile, the sword art before him, even though it wasn't a mind training technique, was equally famous as that other sword art, so he naturally did his all to comprehend it. Several days later, sword energy rushed into the heavens. 9 leaves appeared around Shurhao's body. These were silver-colored grass leaves, but also sword leaves. They gently fluttered about, hacking apart the heavens, shocking gods and frightening Buddhas. The sword radiance was too penetrating, too tyrannical. Without a doubt, Shurhao had just obtained another world-shocking divine ability, its power endless. It immediately raised his fighting strength somewhat. He revealed a look of happiness. This really was a great gain. One of the Vicious Ten's precious techniques was obtained. If the 6 Dao Reincarnations are used to support 6 precious techniques, used to deliver a world-shocking attack, just what kind of power would it bring about? Shurhao said to himself. It was because it was now different from before. Of the precious techniques he had, there were at least 6 that could be considered extreme divine abilities, of the same level as the Vicious Ten's secret methods. Immediately afterwards, Shurhao moved, using the 6 Dao Reincarnations to support 6 great divine abilities. He stood in place, his presence dignified, incredibly divine, making all life shudder, feel an urge to bow down. One could see that around Shurhao's body, the Kuan Pong, Lightning Emperor, Willow Deity, True Phoenix and 9-leafed swordgrass all appeared, as did as his own reincarnation precious technique. 6 types of secret methods, any one of them able to dominate the world, now supported together. In the future, just what kind of power would they display? Shurhao did not know, he didn't dare rashly release it here. The past 6 Dao Reincarnations he grasped was a damaged great method. Moreover, the precious techniques he knew then weren't as powerful as his current ones. Right now, if he wanted to find someone to test this on, he had 2 choices. The first was to head to the Lord of the Restricted Region and undergo a hell-like torment. The second was to enter the Void God Realm, fight with those supreme being remnant souls. Shurhao prepared to choose the latter, because the former was too strange. Last time, that individual had his immortal breaking curse flare out, almost ending his life. He felt like if he was testing things out, finding a normal path was a bit better. Before going, Xianxia gave Swan Saint a look and then threw over a golden pill, directly gifting it to him. It would grant him a set amount of prolonged longevity. Many thanks. When Swan Saint took a whiff of the medicinal fragrance, he immediately knew that this pill was formidable, able to grant him some more time. If he could break into the true deity domain, then it would solve the issue with his dwindling lifespan. Then Swan Saint fully bowed down, brought back to Stone Village by the Zhuyan. Master, you came. There is a great vicious being who was stopped outside the realm gate, blasting it every day. Bird Grandpa and Coin Elder are about to die from annoyance. That person is demanding to see the chaos demonic ape. The Crimson Dragon walked over and told Xianxia. What happened? Xianxia asked. Bird Grandpa appeared, telling him that this time he provoked a huge problem. Chasing after the immortal emissary in the form of the chaos demonic ape produced quite the commotion. Now, an expert from Immortal Domain came specifically to see him. He is extremely strong, able to sweep through the lower realms. Coin Elder replied. And Xianxia was shocked, saying, Don't tell me a true immortal personally came. You're overthinking things. Even if it is Immortal Domain, there won't be too many true immortals, all of those figures too stunning and rare, only a set amount of them accumulated over time. Bird Grandpa told him that this was a supreme being, an extremely powerful individual. Right now, he wanted to enter the Void God realm, bringing a decree here, wishing to summon the Chaos Demonic Ape. Excellent. I want to use him to test some things out, Xianxia said. Testing things out? The two elders rolled their eyes at him. Testing out some things? What kind of nonsense was he spouting? What are you two trying to say? What kind of expression is that? Xianxia was rather annoyed, glaring at those two old fellas. Youngster, is that how you should speak to us? Bird Grandpa's beard even began to curl. Stop being all cocky, Xianxia said indifferently. Hey, you little brat, you really don't know how to talk properly. How about I just throw you into an immortal Dao demon refinement land? Suppress you for a few eras, turn you into a clump of blood. Bird Grandpa shot him a look. Stop saying useless things and make arrangements for me. I want to beat up that fella who dares mock my dignity. Since he dares challenge me, then he should have set the resolution to get beaten. Xianxia said boldly. The two elders glared at him. He was just a self-release realm cultivator, yet he dared to compete with an immortal domain guest at the very peak of mortal Dao. Were you looking for trouble? Wishing to get beat up? Hurry up. I don't have that much time to waste. All right. If you really are looking for misfortune, then just go, Coin Elder said. The area around the realm gate was extremely loud. During these past few days, there were giant noises that continuously sounded. Someone bombarding the gates. This place rumbled with noise, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling here from time to time. Open the gates. Xianxia waved his hand, having Bird Grandpa open the gate, looking rather imposing and powerful. Dragon brat, come over. He waved his hand, having the Crimson Dragon come over, calmly saying, Draft a decree in Master's place. Gugu really was furious. What dragon brat? These two words produced a layer of goosebumps all over his body. Which bastard was it that came up with this first? It seemed like that fatty called Chao Yuxing, or maybe it was that golden ant. What? Did you not hear your master's words? Xianxia shot him a look of disdain. The Crimson Dragon reluctantly proceeded, cursing silently. Draft a decree in my place? Who do you think you are? Aren't you showing off too much? It's not like you were some immortal monarch. Even Bird Grandpa and Coin Elder couldn't continue watching this. Both of them shooting him sidelong glances, almost pointing at his nose and looking at him in disdain. He was so young, what kind of airs was he putting on? When one is arrogant and cocky, there really are too many problems. This was what Coin Elder said. The Crimson Dragon nodded his head fiercely, agreeing too much. He felt like his cheap master had to be put in his place by people like these two old things. What are you nodding for? Are you disobeying your master? Hurry up and write a decree. Xianxia smacked the Crimson Dragon's head. and then said to those two old fellas, "That person came from Immortal domain. Didn't he bring a decree with him? What right does he have to think that he is superior to others? I am also going to throw a decree at him." The two elders still knew what he was feeling. This person held a grudge, extremely irritated by Immortal domain creatures' overbearingness, disgusted with their behavior. The Crimson Dragon also became quiet. This cheap master of his really couldn't be provoked. With a dong sound, a crack appeared in the realm gate. Shurhao began to shout out, saying, "Seniors, watch carefully. If the situation seems off, hurry and bring us to an arena where we can fight at the same level." "Didn't you want to teach him a lesson?" Bird Grandpa rolled his eyes. "What if I end up being taught a lesson by him?" Shurhao said, not feeling any shame. "Then you still have the nerve to say you wanted to test things out. Challenge him?" Shurhao's skin really was extremely thick, not feeling ashamed at all, brazen and direct. "Beating him isn't a big deal. I just wanted a bit of insurance." Dang. The realm gate's crack became larger. The other side's creature couldn't wait any longer. A fist smashing out, the noise deafening, directly smashing aside the great gates. In an instant, primal chaos surged, pouring over, sending the Crimson Dragon flying. "You all dared neglect me, not opening these gates for so long. Are you looking down on Immortal domain?" This was a war general, his cultivation level extremely high. However, he was the one with the lowest level among the war generals who came from Immortal domain this time, still at the Mortal Dao level, not stepping into the Immortal Dao domain. "You, hurry up and call that chaos demonic ape over. Have him respectfully receive the decree." He saw the Crimson Dragon closest to him, pointing at him, ordering him to bring someone. The Crimson Dragon's teeth were clenched to the point where they were sore. Being sent backwards by primal chaos was one thing. Yet as soon as this creature came, he already displayed such a lofty attitude, bossy and arrogant, truly leaving it resentful. "Do you have ears? Why aren't you moving yet? Have that chaos demonic ape hurry and kneel. Accept the decree." This war general shouted. In reality, he already saw Shurhao, Bird Grandpa, and Coin Elder who weren't far off, yet he still spoke like this, doing this out of arrogance and to test things out. The Crimson Dragon wanted to bring down his claws across his face, making his face blossom with blood. Test out the true phoenix claw's might. A dragon without a true dragon inheritance. In the end, he wanted to use phoenix claws to kill the enemy. In the distance, Bird Grandpa and Coin Elder's expressions weren't that great. As for Shurhao, there was even less of a need to talk about him, his face dark. "You, don't tell me that the chaos demonic ape is you? You still aren't coming over." This war general's eyes finally landed on Shurhao's body. He raised his head, eyes sharp, glaring at Shurhao. "Master, do you want the decree read first?" the Crimson Dragon urged. It was also suppressing a wave of resentment, feeling incredibly gloomy. "There is no need." Shurhao refused. Regardless of whether it was Shurhao or Bird Grandpa and Coin Elder, they both stared blankly. This fella was changing his nature? He actually didn't provoke the other party, remaining so low profile. This matter could not be endured. Even they felt resentful, so that fella should definitely be feeling a great grudge. Yet he was actually able to endure it. "I am talking to you. Do you hear me or not? Are you that chaos demonic ape? Why are you not coming here right now? Kneel and receive the decree," the war general shouted. He was dressed in battle armor, the armor flickering with ice-cold metallic brilliance, extremely bold and powerful. Shurhao's face became even darker. He looked coldly at that person, saying to Bird Grandpa and Coin Elder, "Set up an arena for me. Let me knock him around for a bit. Beat him until half his body is crippled." The Crimson Dragon suddenly saw the light. This cheap master's nature never changed after all. He was suppressing himself quite a bit. Was he preparing to completely beat up the other party, and then have the Crimson Dragon read the decree to the other side? Bird Grandpa and Coin Elder also had a look of understanding. They didn't believe his nature changed from the start. As for what kind of person Shurhao was, how would they not know? "What did you say?" the war general said. "Beat you up." Shurhao only had these words. Then he looked towards the two elders. Send him into the arena. Didn't you want to test things out against him first? I'll think about it after I beat him up first, Shurhao said. The two fellas originally wanted to tease him a bit more, but that war general's attitude really was a bit too overbearing, even making them feel uncomfortable, which was why they were extremely cooperative. Multicolored light flickered, a mist spreading. The surroundings seemed to have changed greatly. They appeared in an arena. The Crimson Dragon and the two elders were outside the arena, watching from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Shurhao and the war general appeared at the center of the arena, confronting each other. What are you trying to do? The war general's expression changed. He naturally sensed the other party's hostility, looking towards the two elders outside the arena. So this is how you treat a guest? Come. This young master will properly take care of you. Guarantee that your entire body will feel refreshed, completely satisfy you, Shurhao said. Unbridled. I come representing Immortal Domain, have a decree for you to read aloud. Chaos Demonic Ape. You still aren't hurrying up and receiving this decree? The war general roared out, his voice like thunder. If it was a normal person, they really would have been scared badly. However, who was Shurhao? He wasn't scared of this type of contempt at all. Unconvinced this whole time. He wanted to give this war general a beating. Brat, come here, Shurhao shouted. This type of address was a bit hard for the war general to bear. Brat? He was who knew how much older than Shurhao, yet he was being referred to like this. Hong. The war general took action, the armor on his body releasing kangxiang noises. He charged over, sword energy interweaving, divine brilliance surging, surrounding this entire arena. Demonic ape, evil creature, kneel and receive the decree, the war general shouted, his face overcast, looking down on the young creature before him. The reason why Shurhao found this creature from Immortal Domain unsightly was precisely because of this aloof and remote attitude. His face darkened further and further, and then together with his current ferocious appearance, he looked like a fiend. Chong. Sword energy surged. Grass symbol sword art pierced into the clouds, and then swept outwards. This was a battle at the same level, the arena extremely intense. Unfortunately, the so-called intense battle didn't continue for long. Shurhao's sword hacked through the war general's body protecting barrier, sending his entire body flying. Chi! Shurhao rushed over, delivering a strike from above, piercing through the war general with a single stab, going right through his chest. The moment he landed, he picked up this war general by his armor, fishing him off the ground, immediately throwing out a palm, smacking the back of his head. Motherfucker! The war general was angered quite badly, almost a bit dizzy. The main reason was because the strike was too heavy, almost smashing apart his entire head, making his primordial spirit shudder. At the same time, he really did sense a bit of humiliation. He was but a war general, yet in the end, he was struck on the back of his head like that, feeling like he was a child being disciplined by an adult. You still dare cry out? I'm going to size you up with the bottom of my shoes. Do you believe that I will or not? Shurhao threatened. The war general didn't really believe in the supernatural, struggling fiercely. However, what awaited him was a dark expanse. That young demonic ape really did hold his shoes in his hands, smacking him with them. Pa! It was extremely loud and clear. The war general's mouth, nose, and eyes were all covered, blood flowing everywhere. His eyes were shut, unable to bear this sight. Brat, you still aren't convinced? Are you still going to try to challenge me? Shurhao said. Pa pa pa. Then, he smacked him around a few more times with his shoe, smacking him until blood shot out from his mouth and nose, his eyes swelling like peaches. He was completely stupefied. This was especially when there was a break. There were clear shoe prints on his face and nose, just too striking. Ah. The war general snapped back to reality. He continuously screamed outwards. The wounds on his face weren't that bad, but this sense of humiliation made him go crazy. He was a glorious war general, yet he had his face beat with a shoe? He was so angry smoke rushed out from his 7 orifices. What are you screaming about? making all that noise for? If you dare continue acting cockily, I am going to beat the shit out of you. Xianxia berated. The war general was about to go mad. He was smacked around by a shoe for no good reason. This was the greatest misfortune and humiliation he had experienced in his entire life. He had never thought that he would experience something like this. He had never heard of someone removing their shoe during an intense battle, smacking the other side until their mouth and nose became crooked. This was just too savage, even more so humiliating. This was the first time he experienced something like this, angering him until his entire body was shuddering, smoke coming out of his mouth and nose, flames surging. He truly couldn't take it. The most hateful thing was that there was no way of communicating with the main offender. He didn't listen to anything, not saying a word, just directly beating him. He had never met such a hateful enemy before. He didn't care about any face, directly removing his shoe and smacking his face. This type of experience was something he never wanted to recall for the rest of his life. "Get off me!" the war general roared out. He did everything he could, going all out, entire body erupting with brilliance, displaying a type of ancient heavenly art. Precious techniques erupted, streak after streak surging, engulfing towards Xianxia. The war general was now truly angered, using a powerful ancient heavenly art to stake it all against Xianxia. However, what left him panicked and shocked was that this young demonic ape wasn't scared at all. His body also shone, 6 streaks of light flying out, scattering his heavenly art. It was clear that this was a type of ancient heavenly art as well, moreover even more formidable than what he displayed. It was activated after his, yet it was more powerful, impossible to face. "Brat, are you still not giving up?" that youngster said again, almost driving the old war general mad. Not being able to communicate was one thing, yet the other party's words were still so sharp. Just how old was he? Yet he was called a brat. This truly was beyond what he could tolerate. Moreover, he could tell that this youngster's manner of mocking was extremely smooth and natural, as if this was how he often spoke, that it couldn't be any more normal for him. It was precisely just that natural and normal that left the war general even more resentful. Before this youngster who didn't have any apprehension, a bit rash youngster, he wanted to cry, now completely not having any temper left. Then the war general saw a foot, completely bare, no shoe covering it, descending. It went straight towards his face, impossible to avoid even if he wanted to. "Ah!" He immediately screamed miserably. This wasn't out of pain, it actually didn't really hurt. This came from the loss of pride. That foot landed on his face just like that, seemingly even carrying a bit of a smell. He really couldn't take this anymore. For someone of his level, they all had a certain level of obsession with cleanliness. Now, he truly felt even worse than if he was killed. "What are you squealing for?" Xianxia berated, just finding this war general unsightly, too noisy, going on and on without end. However, he never bothered to wonder how the war general was feeling right now. How could he be blamed for screaming out? "Pa pa pa!" He raised the sole of his feet, still bare, trampling on the war general's face, extremely forceful. In the end, he finally vented out some of his resentment, feeling refreshed. When he looked down again, the war general's face was ashen, eyes already like blades, teeth clenched in hatred, hair all standing on end. Why is your mouth twitching, releasing white foam? Is it because you are hurt? Or do you hate my foot smell?" Xianxia lowered his head. After giving him a look of happiness appeared on his face. The war general was originally weak and without strength. But when he heard this, he was angered to the point where he almost exploded, struggling to sit up. He really was angered beyond what he could tolerate. "Dragon kid, did I accidentally step on your dragon poo? And that is why this war general is so upset?" Xianxia turned around to look at his disciple. The Crimson Dragon was angered badly. This cheap master was too shameless, actually not wanting any face at all, making it sound like he just threw his poo everywhere. He was absolutely furious. "Master, you came all the way here across the bloody marsh, stepping on bloody paste this entire time. All of those things the rotted corpses of the deceased," Gugu said through clenched teeth. Before he finished, the war general vomited. Having his face trampled on was one thing, what was this other nonsense? What are you trying to say? Xianxia became unhappy, giving the general a few more kicks. Then, he turned around, ordering the Crimson Dragon. Dragon Kid, read the decree. Pass on Master's will to this commoner. The Crimson Dragon really was irritated. This scoundrel master was too good at putting on airs. Was he really going to pass down a so-called decree in such an ostentatious manner? As for the war general, he became stupefied. He felt like the other party was mistaken. It was him who should be listening to a decree being read. You are wrong. The decree is on me. Let me get up, and then you can receive the decree. The war general said, telling Xianxia out of good intentions that the decree was on him. There is nothing wrong. This is my decree. You still aren't going to kneel and accept it. Xianxia shot him a look, saying in an indifferent manner, "What?" When the war general heard this, he was first stupefied, and then he was humiliated, completely becoming furious. What was going on? He came to pass on a decree, yet in the end, because of the lower realm's great vicious being's rage, it didn't accept it at all, instead giving him a great beating. Then, it instead had him receive its decree, having him kneel and receive it. The war general grinded his teeth. This thing was completely flipped, completely mocking him. He was clearly the one who should be reading the decree, that great vicious being the one who received it. This is angering me to death, he roared out in fury. Hurry up and receive the decree. Dragon Kid, begin, Xianxia urged. The war general's face became completely green. There was no day worse than today, pitch black and dark. He felt like the skies of his life were becoming overcast. Respects to the heavens, bearing the calling of fate, the demonic ape imperial order has declared. The Dragon Kid began to read the decree. In the end, he was smacked by Xianxia, nitpicking that this decree wasn't written domineeringly enough, that the style of wording was too soft. However, in the end, he still had him finish reading. He had never seen a scene like this before. The war general felt like his beliefs were all crumbling. He was forced to receive this decree even when he didn't want to. In the end, Xianxia stepped on his head while forcing him to listen. Do you remember everything clearly now? Go back and tell those immortal domain things to not bother me for no reason. If you provoke me, this divine monarch will skin you all alive, Xianxia said. Do you know who was the one who issued this decree? The war general was shocked. Isn't it just that so-called young great one who pretended to be someone else? 3 of that bastard's underlings were already dealt with by me. He only had this bit of ability. If he has the skills, then he can make a trip himself. He can catch these hands. I'll knock him out with just a single smack. See if he still dares provoke me, Xianxia said. The war general was completely stupefied. Dragon Kid finished reading the decree, handing it into the war general's hands, having him kowtow in thanks. Xianxia then went over, personally fishing out a decree from the war general, knowing with a single look that it was that young great one's style, telling him to release Hai, Su Hui, and Luo, or else he was bringing a calamity onto himself. You still dare threaten me? After Xianxia read this, he directly crumbled this decree, throwing it onto the ground, stepping on it. He even dares have me kneel and accept this decree? Xianxia laughed coldly. That young great one's manners were really too insolent. Earlier, he wasn't 100% sure, just suspecting who it was that was provoking him. Now, it was confirmed that it was precisely that young great one, so he naturally didn't have a good reaction. Pong! Xianxia kicked the war general flying. Even a good-for-nothing like you dares challenge me? Go back and tell your prince that he is courting death, Xianxia said. Hong! Suddenly the war general erupted, leaping out. This time, he displayed a divine ability, releasing all of his magical techniques. Of course, this time he used his ancient heavenly art, directly reaching the extreme to suppress Xianxia. He was unwilling to accept this because his cultivation skills were extremely high, true strength great, yet he was left in such a miserable state. Xianxia fought with him again, using a series of powerful methods, moreover testing out the 6 Tao Reincarnation's heavenly art. However, when he supported his precious techniques with the heavenly art, He didn't use the 6 most powerful types of secret methods, using the Swan and I and Luan clan secret techniques instead. After fighting for a bit, this war general nursed a grievance once again. Beaten down by Hao, sent flying outwards, coughing out blood. He was so shocked his heart went cold. He wasn't a match for the other party at all. You really lack the heart of a fighter. Unable to take a beating, Hao said narcissistically, stepping on the war general. In the distance, both Bird Grandpa and Coin Elder watched everything. The 2 old fellas looked at each other in dismay, extremely speechless. Didn't you want to test out your sword? Didn't I already test things out? Hao said. This was a battle at the same level, the war general not at his original cultivation level. Could this still be considered a fight, a test? The 2 old fellas really were speechless. Come, accept my testing. Hao's face didn't have any shame. Taking action again. The war general's armor was blasted to pieces, flying everywhere. He was heavily injured, laying on the ground, unable to even move. This won't do, you're too weak, basically like a little chick. Can't even take a single hit. Could it be that I really am unmatched under the heavens already? Hao said cockily. Nor far out. The Crimson Dragon rolled his eyes, silently cursing. If you had the skills, then go and fight with those at the peak of supreme being level. What are you showing off here for? You can go to hell. The war general was angered beyond the limit, driven mad from resentment. He felt like he really was too sullen. He was clearly high up above, coming with Immortal Domain's decree. He should have been treated respectfully. Yet in the end, he was stepped on here, beaten viciously, forced to receive a decree instead. This really was too much, leaving him too sullen. Hao's entire body felt peaceful. After giving the war general a beating, he felt refreshed, all of his pores opening, becoming completely relaxed. His appearance made the war general annoyed from just a single look. This really was a good-for-nothing. He really wanted to smack this kid. Let him understand how brilliant flowers were, how dazzling the radiance in the skies was. Unfortunately, what awaited him were only dark clouds. Hao's foot crushed down on his body, starting to search his entire body, seizing all things of value. In the end, the war general wanted to cry. All of the armor on him was stripped. That savage demonic ape said he wanted to study it, see if immortal domain symbols were different. Hao lowered his head, looking at him. His finger pointed out, about to end the war general's life, immediately leaving him horrified. I don't know what kind of species this is, he muttered there. A layer of goosebumps covered the war general's body, fine hairs standing on end. This time, he could no longer remain calm, immediately becoming weak. He immediately stated that he had a portion of human race bloodline. I am part human. When he heard these rushed words, apart from Hao's face darkening, the Crimson Dragon laughed, Bird Grandpa and Coin Elder also laughing. Master, your reputation has spread throughout the higher realms. It was definitely that immortal domain emissary who told him that apart from those that are human form, you eat them all. Ha ha! Bird Grandpa roared with laughter. You really are humanoid? Hao was unwilling to give up, staring at the war general. I have 1/4 human race blood. Really am humanoid. The war general began to panic. Then I'll just directly kill and bury you, Hao said. No, I'll tell you a secret. You cannot kill me, the war general said. He didn't waste any time, clearly telling Hao that he came with some type of purpose, that the decree was just a cover. I came for Void God Realm's deepest prison. He was extremely direct, stating the truth. Behind the war general was that young Great One, his clan's leader known as one of Immortal Domain's most powerful creatures, skills heaven-reaching and earth-moving, unrivaled. This so-called young Great One learned many secrets from the family, knowing that Void God Realm had something formidable, insisting on coming here and acquiring it. What does he know? Hao's expression became ugly. The prison, great vicious beings. The war general replied. What does he really want? All types of methods. He wants to use them to complete his unmatched path. This war general knew a bit more than Su Hui, Yi Luo, and the others after all, but it was still only this much. This information was extremely shocking. According to what he said, Void God Realm locked up some unimaginable great vicious beings. Hard to say just which age they came from. They grasped all types of lost ancient methods. That young Great One, even if one didn't say that he could dominate his generation, completely unmatched, it was pretty close. What he pursued was a path of transcendence, wishing to surpass his father, his ancestors. After mastering all of his clan's inheritances, he began to integrate the techniques of other clans. He continued this all this time, striving to achieve his goals. His cultivation now reached an inconceivable degree. When he heard that there were quite a few great methods lost in inheritance within Void God Realm, he was naturally moved, not willing to miss out. He wanted to merge them with his own path, and from this exceed his clan's lords. He didn't aim to go after those who might become the strongest, but rather wished to exceed Immortal Domain's current number 1. When Shurhao heard this, his brows furrowed. This opponent he still hadn't met yet was extremely strong, stronger than what he anticipated. If he truly ran into him, then there might be an extremely intense battle. Bird Grandpa said, striving towards a target exceeding one's own generation, this I agree with, perhaps it can be achieved. However, to wish to surpass the most powerful creatures, become Immortal Domain's number 1. Towards that, I can only laugh. After so much time passed, the years changing, great eras rose and fall. The most powerful have almost never changed, always those individuals. Woo, I recalled some things. As the years pass, experiencing the ebb and flow of time, new life coming and going, great eras have alternated many times. Yet those creatures have still towered without faltering. They aren't that easy to shake. Coin Elder also said. The war general nodded. Even though he was taken prisoner, he had to admit that what these two said was reasonable. Within what Immortal Domain knew, those most ancient inheritances were most powerful. But there were even greater territories that hadn't been explored yet. Do that brat's seniors know about his ultimate ambitions? Shurhao asked. They do not. The war general answered in a definite manner. It was because that family's inheritor had been warning him repeatedly not to leak this information out, that he couldn't tell the clan's seniors. Letting him repeatedly provoke trouble isn't a solution either. Bring back a letter and give it to his seniors, they will naturally understand once they see it. Stop their child from investigating these things. If you continue to hide this stuff, once his clansmen find out, you will definitely die without a burial ground, Shurhao said. What he said wasn't an empty threat. This was a place only Immortal Domain's most ancient existences knew about. A forbidden land that couldn't be explored. All who investigated would be arrested. The war general's face turned pale. He naturally vaguely knew that he had violated a taboo. Then, Bird Grandpa personally drafted up a letter, having him bring it back to those inheritances seniors. If that brat wants to cause trouble again, have him come himself. We'll just throw him straight into the prison. Lock him up forever, Shurhao said. The war general left, his mind dispirited. He had never faced this type of setback his entire life. This experience made him feel as if his entire life was now covered in dark clouds, incomparably gloomy. Master, weren't you going to test some things out? The Crimson Dragon reminded. Go back first. Shurhao smacked him. Then he turned around, telling Bird Grandpa and Coin Elder that he was heading to the prison, truly going all out for a bit. The two elders didn't agree at first. That place was a forbidden area that couldn't be entered. However, what Shurhao said still made sense. There were some people among Immortal Domain's seniors who were unsettled. They would come down sooner or later. They might as well let him look around for a bit first. Only after truly understanding that place would they have an effective method of dealing with them. Several hours later, Shurhao appeared in this restricted region. The Black Hall was extremely quiet. The stone statues all had chains binding them, tightly restricted. Meanwhile, further inside were altars, an ancient container with a seal applied on each of them. Unknown which era they had existed since. This time, Shurhao faced one of the stone statues, continuously taking action. In an instant, the stone statue suddenly opened its eyes, reaching out a stone hand, grabbing towards him. "Kill!" Shurhao roared out. The grass symbol sword art erupted, cleaving outwards without any restraint. In an instant, heaven and earth overturned, sword energy everywhere, submerging this place. Bird Grandpa and Coin Elder's expressions immediately changed. They felt that Shurhao wasn't full of nonsense after all. This type of sword art needed to be sharpened in this type of place, needed the most powerful opponent to perfect. This battle was world-shaking. Whoo! Crazy winds swept about. The other stone sculptures all revived as well, taking action together, grabbing towards Shurhao. It looked simple, but between the palms and fingers were a myriad of changes, all types of secret techniques and methods. This scene was extremely terrifying, as if some matchless experts revived, crossing over from the most ancient worlds, passing over time, appearing in this world. This was a heaven-shocking battle. Shurhao had never experienced a battle as difficult as this one. Fighting intensely, bathed in blood as he went mad. "This is precisely it," he roared out. If it was a battle at the same level, he couldn't go all out against others. But here, he didn't have to worry, because those stone statues were all too powerful. "Can one of the stone statues' chains be undone? Let me fight a bloody battle against him?" Shurhao asked. He was now truly stirred up, wishing to fight without restraint. "Do not joke around," Coin Elder warned. Shurhao didn't say anything else. He knew that he wouldn't be able to convince those two old fellas. "Kill!" In the end, he directly used the 6 Dao Reincarnation Great Method, supporting the Kuanpeng, Lightning Emperor, True Phoenix, Willow Deity, and the other most powerful precious techniques, fighting at the very peak. This time, even those stone statues seemed to have become a bit angry, wishing to break the divine chains of order, suppress and kill Shurhao. Their eyes opened, the scenes of great eras being destroyed appearing in their eyes, just too terrifying. With a raise of their hands, it was as if the endless past could be seen. The great stone hands crushing great worlds, no one able to resist. Those great hands moved together to suppress him. The pressure increased, making Shurhao couldn't help but roar out, feeling more and more unrestrained. Even though he was bleeding, even though he was heavily injured, this battle still made him feel extremely excited. Even though there was danger to his life several times, he still laughed in a liberated manner. Even though he was injured, his benefits were tremendous. In this battle, he saw a portion of the trajectory of experts at this level, seizing some hints for his future cultivation direction. Before some natural laws in front of the highest order, the rough direction could be used as a reference. He didn't have to directly comply, but understanding and experiencing it still possessed great significance. After several days had passed, Shurhao immersing himself in this, he felt like this place was a treasury, storing all types of lost techniques, granting him endless enlightenment. It really could be called a method storage land. There were secret techniques hidden here, containing all types of ancient methods. Shurhao comprehended some things by analogy, grasping their essence, bringing tremendous benefits to his own cultivation. While Shurhao was cultivating, some astonishing changes were currently happening in the outside world. 3 divine rainbows appeared in the sky, descending from outer space, connected to the 3,000 provinces like bridges. Then, they extended outwards, assimilating into spirit realm from the real world. Many people were shocked when they saw this scene. What was going on? These were rainbows without any base, no source in sight. It was because they were flying over, not extending from the distance. They undulated like ripples, as if they were raised by a wind. There were no changes that could be seen at first. Not good. That day, in a certain ancient land, an elder woke up, standing up, his body shaking, looking towards a certain direction. He was Chao Yuxing's elder, someone who spent most of his days asleep, not paying the world's matters much attention. However, that day he was roused awake. "Master, what's wrong?" Chao Yuxing just happened to be nearby, making a rare visit back. When he saw his master like this, he revealed an expression of shock. "There are changes happening to the world. There are going to be great problems." The elder sighed. His body was extremely weak, a gust of wind enough to knock him down. Originally, Chao Yuxing felt like his master was definitely incomparably powerful. Only later did he find out his master's strength was already declining. Perhaps the only thing this master was still good at was his spirituality, able to deduce some twists of fate. Only these could only reveal a corner of the future. Nothing he did could change anything. He was completely helpless. Before he could truly reveal everything, he would have already turned to ashes. The reason why he fell to his current state was precisely because he continuously divulged the will of heaven. Of course, this was also related to the past battle crippling his body. You asked me about that friend of yours named Huang. I am unable to deduce anything. For things related to him, it is best if you don't ask. If you want this master of yours to live for a few more years, then don't bring it up again. The elder said this, and then he went up the mountain with extreme difficulty, slowly. He looked towards a certain direction, his face full of worry. Brat, when I die, cremate my body and scatter it across the sea. Don't you dare set up any grave for me, the elder warned. Master, what are you saying? You don't scare me. Chao Yuxing's expression turned pale, feeling like his master was already making preparations for his departure. Could it be that he really didn't have much time left? Just do as I say. When that day really comes, use that pill furnace I left for you to burn me, or else you might not completely burn through everything, the elder said. Chao Yuxing felt more and more uneasy. Master, even if things seem bad, why does your body need to be burned? It is because I am scared that my corpse will develop sentience, become something I don't recognize, the elder said, and then he added, I truly am tired of living, don't want to mysteriously turn into anything else anymore. When only a corpse remains, the body will be yours, but the mind won't? Chao Yuxing asked. Perhaps. Master, just what kind of identity do you have exactly? Why are you so worried? Chao Yuxing always wanted to ask this, but he didn't dare before. Back then, I was also a powerful individual of my generation from the Black Tortoise clan. I experienced too many things, missed out on too much, still have too many regrets, the elder said. Chao Yuxing widened his mouth in shock. He thought of some matters. In the past, when they faced off in Great Scarlet Sky Border, there was a tortoiseshell that was used to choose opponents. This was originally a divination magical artifact from the Nine Heavens side. Moreover, during the last phase of Immortal Ancient, immortal kings faced undying kings, also using this tortoiseshell to choose opponents. That was a great event recorded down in history. That tortoiseshell came from me, the elder said. Chao Yuxing was shocked. His master's origins were too great. That tortoiseshell was well known even during immortal ancient years, yet now he was still alive. Master, don't blame yourself. Back then, when the immortal tortoiseshell was used by immortal kings to choose opponents, it wasn't you who was wrong, but rather the 9 heavens 10 earth's creatures really being unable to defeat the other side's creatures. The elder released a sigh, not saying anything. Master, what are you worried about? Are there any problems? Chao Yuxing asked. Today his master was too strange. He said so much, even revealing his identity. My flesh has already been ruined. Too many natural laws from the enemy binding around it. Now already without much fighting strength. Only my divine will still strong enough. I have always been guarding a path, and now it has moved. The Dark General will open a corner. I have to set out to a place. When he spoke up to hear, he looked at Chao Yuxing and said, If I do not return within 3 years, then burn my body. Take care to use the pill furnace flame I left behind. The other flames won't be able to destroy my body. With a chi sound, a streak of light left the crown of his head. If one looked carefully, this was a black tortoise, dazzling and brilliant, rushing into the distance. If the great era of darkness begins because of this, then this era will come to a close. These were the last words Chao Yuxing's master had for him, and then his primordial spirit disappeared into the limits of the horizon. At the same time, in a certain place within the 3,000 provinces, the 9 dragons pulling an ancient coffin appeared, bringing with it primal chaos and immortal flames, releasing great brilliance. It already disappeared far away enough. Sure How had been searching for it the entire time, but didn't find it. Today it appeared again. Chi chi chi. Spheres of light appeared inside the coffin. There were human form ones, beasts, immortal birds, all of them moving. Then they headed in a certain direction, leaving the bronze coffin. "Dao friends, wait for me." Chao Yuxing's master came, shouting from the back. "You all have left before me, only ruined souls left, not having your own wills, stopping that path under the spur of natural laws. Today, I will accompany you all." If Sure Hao was here, he would be able to recognize some of them, at the very least feel that they were familiar. It was because in the past he had seen them before. More than 10 figures rushed towards desolate border as the bronze coffin flew out. Now those figures reappeared, still the same individuals. Included among them were Great Scarlet Skylord, Qingyu Skylord, and others, all of their origins terrifyingly great, outstanding and brilliant sect heads from the past great era. Back then, they had all achieved immortality. These were the well-known immortal kings. It was clear that after leaving the bronze coffin for many years, heading out to desolate border, they returned again. Meanwhile, this time they began to move again, extremely stunning, disappearing forever. "Dao friends, let's all be buried together," Chao Yuxing's master said. Inside Void God realm, Sure Hao was not aware what was going on. He had been sharpening himself this entire time, fighting intensely against the stone statues, going crazy from slaughter, bathed in blood as he comprehended all types of methods. The benefits he could obtain from this place were tremendous. His Dao foundation becoming even sturdier, accumulating Dao results, hoping to one day rush into the heavens. In the end, Sure Hao headed deeper into the prison, facing off against the palms, claws, and other things reaching out from the containers, fighting intensely, blood gushing everywhere. Several days later, Sure Hao withdrew with serious injuries, backing out. Even though this place was too dangerous, for his Dao results and comprehension, these injuries were definitely worth it as the price. Sure Hao felt that this was building a supreme being foundation. If one doesn't undergo this type of life and death torment, how can one break through the self-release realm, reign supreme under the heavens? One had to understand that the rise of any supreme being needed one to undergo endless great battles, all the way until they could dominate the world under the heavens, become invincible, no longer anyone able to defy them. Supreme being Dao foundation, this was something that had to be slowly forged. Sure Hao left Void God realm, nursing himself for many days, and only then did his primordial spirit recover. He sensed that his divine consciousness was becoming sturdier, that he was becoming much stronger. As expected, the Supreme Being Dao Foundation is precisely like this. The more one is repressed, the more dominant, the more powerful it will become, Sure Hao said. He was deliberately walking that path. He had just began taking steps, but he already experienced all different things the rumors stated. He didn't immediately head over to Void God realm, instead heading to the 8 regions heaven region, wishing to pay the lord of that restricted region a visit. The remains were still there, everything still that bleak. In the distance, he saw a snow-white and ruined skull belonging to that lord of the restricted region. An existence this powerful also had the day he fell. Soon afterwards, the scene changed. A cosmos lake appeared, clean and pure like sapphire. There was a thatched cottage by the lakeside as well. You came. A white-clothed male whose complexion was fine like jade was sitting there with a smile on his face. Senior, I wish for some divine abilities that are comparable to the Kuan Peng precious technique and others. Sure Hao pleaded. Even though the lord of the restricted region had said before that he wouldn't teach any more methods, that he had to pursue his own path, Sure Hao still couldn't help but want to learn something. Reason. I do not wish to rely on those precious techniques' power, but rather to use them in place of some divine abilities that I am temporarily unable to display, Sure Hao said. He was extremely direct, stating his current difficulties and needs. I feel like things aren't quite right. Immortal Domain is sending out war generals, wishing to seal some special places in the 9 heavens 10 earths, thus making me feel like the great era of darkness is approaching. I wish to take a look around some places one last time. Unfortunately, everyone knew that Huang was crippled. If he went up and still used the same precious techniques from before, he would immediately be recognized. Oh? Do tell what has been going on in the outside world recently. The Lord of the Restricted Region asked. What I know was only learned from a war general sent from Immortal domain. Hao told him everything. It seems like things truly are about to become chaotic. Is darkness about to begin? The Lord of the Restricted Region frowned. In the end, he nodded, agreeing to his request. However, before that, Hao was tossed into an ancient palace again. The immortal breaking curse flared out, the suffering placing him between life and death. In so much pain he wished he was dead. This is all on the premise that you can stop the corrosion of the immortal breaking curse. Forge a miracle. Otherwise, it would all be for naught. The Lord of the Restricted Region said indifferently. 3 days later, Hao broke free, almost ruined. However, he still made it through in the end. What do you wish to learn? The Lord of the Restricted Region asked. Hao thought to himself. He obtained the grass symbol sword art in the lower realms, as well as the true Phoenix Precious technique. This was already enough for him to dominate all under the heavens. However, everyone in the higher realms thought that he was the chaos demonic ape. So Hao felt like if he didn't want to expose himself, it was beast if he learned this clan's divine ability. You really are quite good at picking. I just happened to grasp the chaos demonic ape's inheritance. The Lord of the Restricted Region said. According to what he said, this clan was exceptionally powerful, having a great reputation even in Immortal domain. Their numbers were few, but not many dared provoke them. Hao already heard that a chaos demonic ape had previously almost overturned Immortal domain, so there was naturally a reason for why it was so terrifying. This clan's most well-known extreme art is known as the 8-9 Heavens technique. The Lord of the Restricted Region explained. He then continued, in reality, the Zhuyan and Chaos Demonic Ape both came from the same ancestor. This clan, apart from having the 72 transformations, also has the 8-9 Heavens technique, a truly world-shocking method. I want to learn it. Hao's eyes shone. Hao felt like his choice to return to the lower realms wasn't a mistake, but rather a type of blessing. Now, he grasped the true Phoenix Precious technique and grass symbol sword art. Which one of them wasn't world-shocking? They were all generation dominating great divine abilities. A single one of them able to overlook all under the heavens. Now, he could even learn the Chaos Demonic Ape's inheritance. Another well-known ancient extreme technique that was definitely domineering and stunning. After all, as an expert that could stir up such great chaos in Immortal domain, its secret method was definitely exceptional. In the past, he had experienced all types of life and death struggles, and only then did he obtain the Lightning Emperor, Kuanpeng, and Willow Deity technique, these methods. Now, he had only been in the lower realms for a month or so, yet he already obtained several methods. If he was to slaughter his way back into the higher realms, he didn't even have to use his old secret methods. Just what he learned recently was enough. He could completely change his identity. Cosmos Lake flickered with brilliance, from time to time remaining clear, at times deep and mysterious. In front of the thatched cottage, it was quiet. The Lord of the Restricted Region sipped on some tea, a breeze blowing over. In the distance, divine medicines and long-life medicine fragrance wafted through the air, producing an extremely harmonious and peaceful scene. In reality, the Zhuyan and Chaos Demonic Ape have a common ancestor, close to the human race. If one learns its method, comparatively, it shouldn't be too difficult. The Lord of the Restricted Region said. The human race is close to them? Hao was stunned. Soon afterwards, he calmed down. There wasn't much to overthink. What do you wish to learn first? The 72 transformations? Or the 8-9 Heavens technique? Or perhaps something else? The Lord of the Restricted Region asked. I already learned a bit of the 72 transformations and 8-9 Heavens technique. I have learned another type as well. I don't know if it is related to the Chaos Demonic Ape's inheritance. Hao said. Towards the 3 heads 6 arms, 72 transformation and others, he had previously learned it from the Zhuyan. As for the 8-9 Heavens technique, he had previously learned it from Qi Daolin. Perform a bit of it for me to see, the Lord of the Restricted Region said. Hao immediately displayed them one after another. The 3 heads 6 arms and 72 transformations were still all right, the general path not wrong, but it wasn't precise enough, lacking some crucial points. As for the 8-9 heavens technique, according to what the Lord of the Restricted Region said, it was far too superficial. The creator of this method definitely obtained a damaged source, and then integrated many other insights, and that was how this result came to be. Compared to a true heavenly art, it was too far off. Sure Hao understood this. When Qi Daolin created this method, it was for the sake of replacing the 6 Dao reincarnations, because Supreme Hall's inheritance had been lost. The master that elder had previously bowed before and this sex method were lost, which forced him to patch together his own 8-9 heavens technique. Sure Hao began to study seriously, listening to what the Lord of the Restricted Region taught, his understandings deep. Soon afterwards, he learned just how strong the Chaos Demonic Ape's inheritance was. Strictly speaking, regardless of whether it is the 3 heads 6 arms or the 72 transformations, it is all included in the 8-9 heavens technique. The Lord of the Restricted Region explained. The so-called 8-9 heavens technique included the scriptures to support precious techniques, but it was more partial towards the methods unique to the Chaos Demonic Ape race. This was a set of ancient scriptures prepared for humanoid creatures. Sure Hao felt more and more like it was extremely suitable for himself. He immersed himself within, completely immersed, forgetting himself. After endless derivations, a humanoid creature appeared behind him, hair disheveled, releasing a roar, wishing to tear apart the heavens. He was like a demonic ape, but also like a mad human who looked down on the world, wishing to slaughter all enemies in this world. Warlike and aggressive, after cultivating this technique, his entire being surged with fighting spirit, longing to go crazy in battle, fight all enemies to the end. Sure Hao gained some enlightenment. No wonder the Chaos Demonic Ape lineage was especially hot-headed. The method they cultivated even made it impossible for them to spend their days peacefully. Only through slaughter could they become stronger. This technique was suited for slaughter, to move through turmoil, grind oneself further and further, continuously transform oneself, become stronger the more one fought. He asked the Lord of the Restricted Region about this. The answer he received about the same as he had suspected after all. The rise of the Chaos Demonic Ape was always in chaotic times. That was how their strength reached the peak. Sure Hao studied bitterly. The so-called comprehending one method leads to proficiency in all techniques. He learned the Kuan-Peng technique, Lightning Emperor technique, and others, studied all types of extreme divine abilities, so studying another top-level inheritance wouldn't be too difficult. Of course, the main thing was still because it was as if he was born to cultivate, possessing incomparable talent. Otherwise, other cultivators needed endless years to grasp an inheritance. During this process, Sure Hao had previously tried to merge everything, integrate all types of methods, to have the 8-9 heavens technique and 6 Dao reincarnations make up for each other's weaknesses. Only, he discovered that it was too difficult. It was because these were world-shocking techniques, difficult for gaps to be found. They were already the most powerful extreme methods in this world to begin with. If one wished to integrate everything, it would definitely be more difficult than even scaling the heavens. The Lord of the Restricted Region saw his distressed appearance, saying, "If you really want to use their strengths to make up for each other's weak points, it isn't impossible. At that time, I reckon you will at least be standing at the peak of Immortal Dao as well." Sure Hao nodded. Not all things were better if they were combined. He still hadn't reached that level. True Phoenix, Kuan-Peng, Lightning Emperor, Demonic Ape, Willow Deity, and others, which one of them were weak. If he wanted to change their precious technique, that was the same as asking him to kill an undying existence right now. Meanwhile, if he tried to reassemble the Swan and Eye precious technique or Pisho precious technique, he could naturally achieve this. It was on a whole different level. Top-level precious techniques cannot be used to compensate for each other's weaknesses like that, but merging them together and using it should be doable. Even now, 3 pairs of wings appeared behind Sure Hao, 1 pair made of lightning, 1 pair Kuan-Peng wings, 1 pair True Phoenix wings. He tested them out a bit, the results terrifying. The lightning wings shook gently. Lightning radiance surged like a sea, thunder berserk. Moreover, when the Kuan-Peng wings shook, the power surged 90,000 li into the heavens, collapsing the void. When the True Phoenix wings moved, everything was shattered, nothing able to remain intact. Moreover, Flames swallowed everything. Within the flames was exuberant life force. The magical force exhausted would immediately be restored. If the grass symbol sword art and others were added, then it would become even more extraordinary. Around him, stalk after stalk of grass took root in the air, all of them producing 9 sword leaves. Sword energy immediately hacked everywhere. When the Chaos Demonic Ape's inheritance was integrated, 3 heads 6 arms appeared. All of the attacks increased in power. Not only did his limbs and others increase, even the wings and other parts had corresponding transformations. Sure, Hao was becoming stronger, establishing his supreme being foundation. He continued to improve himself. After more than 10 days passed, he already grasped the demonic ape bloodline's inheritance. Once he headed back into the higher realms, it was equivalent to having a new identity and methods. Grass symbol sword art, true phoenix precious technique, demonic ape inheritance. This was enough for him to dominate this world. 2 weeks later, the higher realms underwent great changes. At first, some divine rainbows flew over from time to time, appearing above the 9 heavens, and also flowing through the 10 earths. However, in the end, all of it merged into the 3,000 provinces, ultimately entering spirit realm. That spiritual world erupted into commotion, undergoing great changes. When the first miserable scream sounded, the higher realm was shaken. In a certain region within spirit realm, the sacred became dark, the auspicious turning into a surging, baleful aura. In those regions, there were people who directly fell, their souls scattering, thus disappearing without a trace. While many people couldn't react in time, black mist surged, surrounding that region. Miserable screams rose and fell, immediately covering that place. Soon afterwards, spirit realm became deathly still, no sounds left at all. There was only darkness spreading. In that instant, this place was devoured. The beginning of darkness. In the end, we still could not stop it. The voice of Chao Yuxing's master could vaguely be heard from that place, carrying regret, as well as pain and unwillingness. This matter naturally raised great waves. The 3,000 provinces could not calm down. The 9 heavens' great families, all as if they were facing great enemies, having a premonition that things were heading in an extremely bad direction. That area of spirit realm became a place of death, no one able to approach it. Gloomy and pitch-black mist spread, as if the gates of hell had opened. Then, something even more terrifying happened. This region of spirit realm collapsed, black matter spilling outwards, corroding the real world, leaving people in confusion, shock, and horror. Many people were trembling. What is that? The corrosion of darkness. You will definitely die if it touches you. A few people cried out in shock. This region was precisely the edge of the 3,000 provinces, within the uninhabited region. Fortunately, there weren't many creatures here, or else the losses would have been disastrous. However, the speed of corrosion was extremely fast, as if a black sea was surging, engulfing the 3,000 provinces. In just a day, all of the areas near the border were swallowed. In this place, as long as one was surrounded by darkness, all creatures would become quiet. Dead. They're all dead. Not a single one escaped. A creature cried out. He was a survivor, but even though he ran out, there were veins popping on his forehead, his face ash-colored. He quickly dropped from the sky, dying just like that. There was someone who went over to examine him, discovering that his primordial spirit had scattered, as if it had been completely erased, disappearing without a trace. However, his body was perfectly fine, not having the slightest injury. The disaster was behind them. A strand of death energy rose from that person's body, filling this place with inauspiciousness. Then, darkness spread. Miserable screams sounded continuously. The nearby creatures all lost their lives in succession. This type of demonic change was too terrifying, as if a plague was spreading, creating an unprecedented disaster. The beginning of darkness. A new great era is coming. Someone sighed. The voice aged, carrying a sense of powerlessness. The voice was full of pain, unwillingness, and regret. In just a single day, 2 provinces disappeared, swallowed by darkness, becoming deathly still. This plague was still spreading at an astonishing speed. The 3,000 provinces became completely chaotic. This was a world-ending disaster. All of the inheritances were fleeing frantically. There was simply no way of withstanding this. In the 9 heavens above, the various clans all panicked. They couldn't figure out what this was, why it was like this. Even though it hadn't affected them, the 9 heavens clans made preparations ahead of time. Which one of them didn't want to enter immortal domain? I fear that it is impossible. Only the clans of those unmatched seeds that have been chosen have the qualifications of entering immortal domain. The 9 heavens above became chaotic. Even heaven-mending Dao, Su family, Wang family, and other long-life families or long-life imperial courts couldn't remain calm. All of them were trying to figure out a method to enter immortal domain, leave this world. Our ancestors are from immortal domain. Perhaps my Wang family has quite the footing in immortal domain. Last time, we have already tried to contact the Wang family on the other side through the emissary. We can just await news now. Rumor has it that my clan has a great foundation in immortal domain, that we are only a branch left in this realm. There is no need to be scared. We might be able to all head into immortal domain. Within another long-life family, the clan's oldest creature said, revealing this secret. All of the clans were trying to find a way, all of them working hard, wishing to get away from this calamity. As for Yu Chan, Jin Zhan, Princess Yao Yu, dual pupils, exiled immortal, and the others, they all became geniuses the various clans desired. It was because with unmatched seeds, there was a chance of some of their clansmen entering immortal domain. He finally finished his studying here. Sure Hao released a breath of relief. When he turned around, everything became desolate, Cosmos Lake drying up, the thatched cottage disappearing. On the ground was half of a snow-white skull. It laid there quietly, not moving. Even though this wasn't the first time he experienced this, Sure Hao still felt like it was rather strange. A moment earlier, this place was still filled with soft spring winds, long-life medicinal fragrance wafting about, the metal palaces imposing as they towered on the divine mountains. In the blink of an eye, everything turned to dust, only ruins left behind. In the ashes, one could see ruined tiles and broken beams, everything made of metal. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lasted until today. They used to be brilliant, lighting up the world like glorious heavenly suns. But in the end, everything returned to the earth. Sure Hao released a light sigh. There were no everlasting experts, nor were there imperishable inheritances. In the end, the day would still come when they completely disappeared, dust returning to dust, earth to earth. After flourishing, there was only decline. Moons had new, crescent, and full moons. Everything went in a cycle. Immortal Ancient's glory reached its end. The age of Emperor Collapse was dazzling, unmatched, incomparable, but in the end, it was reduced to only being legends. I wish to never fall, Sure Hao said to himself. He didn't want to be like those immortal kings, like the lord of the restricted region. After remaining brilliant for such a long time, they instead met such dismal ends. Only who in the world could achieve this? To exist with the world, to pass time with heaven and earth. Perhaps Anlin, Shuchuo, and Scarlet King could be called victors? Was this momentary, or was it eternally? Immortal Domain's origins were mysterious, impossible to measure. Rumor had it that there were some ancient inheritances among them that could be traced back to many great eras ago. Those earliest ancestor-level existences, could they be considered to already be eternally unfading? Immortal Domain, were there creatures that existed from the age of Emperor Collapse until now? It was hard to say. Sure Hao left. He had undergone the torment of immortal breaking curse again. Moreover, learned the chaos demonic ape's inheritance, making his strength advance. When he returned to Stone Village, Sure Hao saw the Zhuyan Hairy Ball. It was currently tweaking its ears and scratching its cheeks, bitterly studying the 6 Dao Reincarnation's great method. You want to learn a great inheritance? There's nothing more suitable for it than you. Sure Hao smiled. He felt like the Zhuyan was most suitable for the 8-9 heavens technique. This technique was established by the ancestor of the Zhuyan and Chaos demonic ape to begin with, known as an unmatched technique. Sure. What method is most suitable for me? The Zhuyan shouted. Do you have the most powerful great black tortoise god fist? I also want to learn. Not far out, the big black turtle third Blackie huddled over. Get out of here. Stop being a nuisance. Harry Ball smacked it off to the side. It had to be said that this method really was made for the Zhuyan race. It learned it extremely quickly. In the great wilderness, one could see a golden violent ape standing tall, roaring towards the heavens. Originally, Harry Ball wasn't tall. Yet now, even without displaying its magical projection in this world, it already towered between heaven and earth. Once the 8-9 heavens technique appeared, it surged with war intent, golden fur shining. Its eyes were burning, releasing brilliance like heavenly swords, piercing into the heavens, its aura powerful. Sure Hao spent the following days passing on the method to the Zhuyan, not holding anything back. During this period, he was also studying the True Phoenix Precious technique, supervising the Crimson Dragon's learning. He was still hoping for it to one day display the dragon and phoenix combined power unmatched great method. The Crimson Dragon really worked hard, as if it was bathed in phoenix flames and being reborn. Dragon cries sounded again and again, phoenix figures everywhere, burning outer space until it was brilliant. Fiery light raged, the scene astonishing. Sure Hao stopped here for several days, also carefully guiding the children's cultivation, watching as they trained their strong and healthy bodies, far surpassing their parents, making him quite happy. There was even less of a need to talk about the seeds brought back from desolate border. They were stronger than even the elites fostered by long-life families. The tempering of fighting between life and death made these children learn the principle of only the strong could change their fate early. Moreover, they were the descendants of the 7 kings, so powerful bloodlines flowed within their bodies. Sure Hao believed that one day, this would be a powerful army of disciples that would follow him in the future. You need to be careful. Yoon she came to say her farewell, her beautiful eyes carrying worry, scared that he would run into anything unexpected in the higher realm. Recently, Sure Hao had always been busy with cultivation, feeling like he neglected Celestial Clan's Pearl a bit. However, there was nothing he could do, his time was limited. You have to take care of yourself as well, Sure Hao said, a sincere expression on his face. However, his actions weren't that dignified, giving Yoon she a firm embrace, not letting go for a long time, leaving Yoon she momentarily stupefied, and then she forcefully pushed him away. This is just my way of expressing my true feelings, you know? Sure Hao laughed loudly. In the end, he left. Sure Hao wanted to take a look around the higher realms. During these days, all types of signs showed that the higher realms would be extremely unstable. He didn't know that darkness had already begun to descend, only knowing that some mysterious ancient paths were going to appear. Some unknown experts from the ancient times were returning. He was a bit worried. After all, his grandfather and Amon were still by Immortal tomb. There was a path over there that connected to who knew where, unknown as to what kind of existence was returning. As the world changed, that path continued to exist. It wasn't from this great era. Sure Hao arrived at Heaven Domain, crossing this desolate region, heading towards the higher realms. The stairs were extremely bleak, cobblestones appearing there. Sure Hao stepped on this mysterious ancient path, heading into the hidden clouds unknown. 2 months ago, this was where he came down from. He returned to the lower realm through Crucifix in Yang Earth. This path was extremely dangerous. To cross it, one needed to be able to withstand tremendous pressure. Normally, no one was able to travel through, their bones easily crushed. Even if it was Sure Hao, someone as powerful as him, all of his bones were releasing noises. This was a path that exceeded the limit. No matter who it was, when they came here, they would endure terrifying pressure exceeding their own cultivation levels. The formless pressure was like a sea, crushing everything that tried to walk here. Hong! Finally, Sure Hao succeeded. After walking for a long time, he arrived at Crucifix in Yang Earth again. This was a gate. The moment he fiercely pushed it, irregular scenes appeared, 2 rivers intersecting, chaotic energy filling this place, time as if touching upon the everlasting. Great Yin and Great Yang appeared at the same time, intersecting, forming this gate. Qi. Sure how rushed out, his body actually carrying blood, red color sprinkling out from the corners of his lips. He was injured. There weren't many creatures who could walk through this path. His eyes were deep. He believed that this path was safe enough, able to stop all forces. I've returned again. Sure how sighed. He hadn't left for that long. Yet so many things already happened. He was crippled by the ruined Immortal, thus forced to return to the lower realms. There were many people who believed that he was already a nobody. Sooner or later, I will slaughter my way into Immortal Palace. Right now, I am a chaos demonic ape, Sure how said. This time, he didn't plan to expose his true self. After all, the ruined Immortal was still alive, while he hadn't reached that level yet. Keeping a low profile, retreating and maintaining his guard was not a bad thing either, preventing him from constantly being targeted by others. Pa noises continuously sounded. As if beans were fried, Sure how's figure changed, becoming a tall and sturdy burly person, his height reaching a zhang. After grasping the 8-9 heavens technique, his grasp over the 72 transformations was already near the point of perfection. He turned into someone else. Sure how quickly left this place. These were ruins, a lonely and deserted land, no one paying attention to it. He moved as fast as lightning, a pair of phoenix wings moving behind him. His speed defied normal reasoning, directly rushing in a certain direction. His destination, 5 Elements Province. He entered Fiend Island, following the stream in the void, continuing forward. Along the way, Sure how frowned, because the curse power became even stronger than before. At the end of the river was a great grave. Why is it like this? Sure how was shocked. It was because the grave already became larger than before, towering into the clouds, exceeding the demonic mountains of archaic times. While walking through this place, the curse power was so thick it didn't dissolve, forming tangible ripples, hacking over like heavenly swords. Under chong noises, sparks flew from Sure how's body, his soul also moving. The curse power seeped into his bones, entering his soul, the destructive power several times that of the past. He saw his own grandfather, and also saw Amon on the grave. They were still there, no changes happening to them, not in danger either, still experiencing transformations. The two of them had their eyes closed, not moving at all, in a deep state of Tao comprehension. Sure how didn't disturb them, but instead tried to enter the grave. Moreover, he called that strange fella made from rotting flesh, a creature born in this land of curses. You came again. That fella looked like he saw a ghost. It was all skin and bones, lacking life force. When it saw Sure how, it cried out in shock. Sure how entered the grave with him, personally seeing that path, deeply concerned. The curse power came precisely from that path. It's happening soon. The existence from that side is about to march into this great earth, the old ghost said. Sure how gave him a look, asking him about the concrete details regarding this place. Do not worry, your grandfather and that young lady are fine, becoming stronger and stronger. This is especially true for the latter. I believe that girl named Amon really is about to become someone chosen by that unmatched individual in that path. The old ghost had a complicated expression on his face. That path was blocked by a gate. However, he could still clearly sense some of the terrifying aura, as if there was a prehistoric giant beast ready to charge through at any time, one that couldn't be stopped. Who is it exactly? Sure how thought to himself. An unmatched expert who had been divided into 6 pieces many great eras ago, separately sealed in long life medicine, rising and falling with the great ages. Will that person appear again? Or was this to say, the one who raised some true phoenixes like chickens was going to appear? Sure how left. Soon afterwards, he was shocked. It was because he heard the news of darkness approaching, the entire world as if shrouded in darkness. Spirit realm was corroded, turning into darkness, moreover directly seeped into the real world. In just a few short days, 15 provinces turned into lands of death. These news were too shocking, immediately leaving Xianxia stupefied when he heard this. Just how terrifying of a thing was this? How many creatures would lose their lives because of this? There had never been such a terrible tragedy since the ancient times, at the very least not in this great era, never heard of. Xianxia moved, hurrying over. However, when he approached the land of darkness, there weren't many people left. All those who could run already fled, because not fleeing meant death. Scarlet land stretched for endless li, darkness shrouding everything. Xianxia was horrified. What kind of tragedy was this? And he was shocked. What was that? He saw something familiar. 9 dragons pulled a bronze coffin, appearing here. Xianxia was shocked. He actually saw these things here. Xianxia widened his eyes. He saw the 9 sets of dragon bones again. They were currently pulling a bronze coffin, rising and falling in the darkness, and then they left into the distance. Chase! He only uttered this word, quickly following after it. Why did they end up over here? What were they trying to do? However, the 9 dragon skeletons were too fast. They pulled the bronze coffin directly into the darkness, going into hiding. He heard dragon cries echoing about. Xianxia sighed. He stood at the outside of the darkness, quietly watching. He didn't chase inside, because he had long heard that the inside was a danger spot. No matter which creature it was that entered, even up to now, none of them have been able to come back out alive. Why did the bronze coffin and dragon bones appear here? He thought a bit to himself. They entered just like that. What was going to happen now? What kind of substance is this? Xianxia frowned. There was a pitch-black expanse before him, preventing him from even seeing his own fingers. The sun was in the sky, yet it wasn't able to release any light. It was as if this was the abyss of hell, devouring all radiance. Black mist surged at the border, roiling like black waves. Inauspicious aura. Xianxia sensed a familiar feeling here. It was a bit similar to the black mist that descended upon Great Elder Meng Tianjing, but it was even thicker. Corroding spirit realm, and then eating away at the real world. It's this domineering. Xianxia felt a wave of sluggishness. He wanted to touch it, experience it himself. However, there was no way he would act so rashly. Even if he had confidence that he could remain calm even when facing this dark matter. In the end, not a single person from the 3,000 provinces survived after making contact with the black mist. This included old sect masters and others. The territory of 15 provinces, just how vast was this in total? There were naturally some great sects that couldn't leave in time before they were devoured, completely wiped out. Xianxia tossed a viper he found somewhere else inside, carefully watching. That very instant, the water bucket thick-horned viper stopped moving, its body going rigid, only a silent corpse remaining. The corpse didn't suffer any damage. It was not like it was harmed by interweaving precious techniques. This made Xianxia's brows furrow deeply. The poisonous viper's death was too odd. He backed up. Then, with a wave of his hand, he used a secret method, bringing out that viper's corpse, wishing to examine it closely. However, black mist surged. A wave of terrifying aura rushed over. Xianxia decisively backed up, actually sensing life and death danger, making him vigilant. It's this hard to deal with. When the black mist withdrew, he took action again, truly bringing the viper over. He carefully examined its body, the result leaving him even more perplexed. It didn't seem to have suffered from any attacks at all, but its primordial spirit disappeared just like that, directly destroyed. Chi! With a raise of Xianxia's hand, the grass symbol sword art activated. A streak of blade energy flew out, cutting through the viper. He discovered that the color of the blood in the snake's body changed. Black. It changed from crimson red to black, deathly still, completely lacking its past spirituality. Apart from this, there were no other differences visible. When a streak of black mist rushed out from the viper's body, shooting at him, Xianxia's palm moved out, turning it into wisps. However, this was like a soul that refused to disperse. The scattered black mist rushed towards Xianxia again, tangling around him. Xianxia activated the Lightning Emperor Precious technique, using the most domineering yang power to purge this type of darkness matter. Lightning and thunder immediately appeared, pouring down. The wisps of black mist were scattered, not appearing again, as if purified. However, Hao didn't feel the slightest bit of joy. That was just a bit of black matter released by a streak of black mist. Yet it was already like this, while there was a black sea that extended out as far as the eyes could see up ahead. How were they supposed to deal with it? One had to understand that right now, it had already devoured 15 provinces. There was so much of this black matter, who could go against it? If they really touched it, then they would inevitably die. Soon afterwards, Hao caught another poisonous lizard. This was a vicious beast, vicious and aggressive, a dangerous species that had previously devoured an entire human tribe. In terms of strength, it was in the true deity realm. Roar! Release me! It screamed. Even though it was a vicious beast, it already developed a spiritual consciousness. It struggled intensely, having a bad feeling. Hao remained extremely cold, flinging it into the black mist. The result was shocking. It didn't have the slightest strength to retaliate, losing its life the moment it fell into the darkness. No different from that viper. Hao fished it out of the darkness with a secret method, discovering that the reason for its death was the same. The primordial spirit had scattered, the blood within its body also changing, becoming a silver-gray color. There is no way to deal with it. If this continues, the entire 3,000 provinces will fall under darkness. Hao was deeply worried. He tried to think of all types of possibilities, but discovered that they were all completely useless. There was so much dark matter, enough to corrode the 3,000 provinces and 9 heavens. There was no way of dissolving it at all. There is no way. Hao released a deep sigh. Dang! A clear golden sound was released. In the deepest areas of the darkness, Hao discovered that the 9 dragon skeletons came out while pulling a bronze ancient coffin with shock. Immediately afterwards, he saw quite a few mottled rusty iron arrows fly out, some striking the bronze coffin, releasing clear sounds. Hao was shocked. This deathly still black wave had living creatures inside. He became vigilant, but no one chased out. As for the bronze coffin, it was brought out by the 9 skeletons, all of them flying towards the distance. After some hesitation, Hao followed behind them. The speed of the dragon bones was too fast, tearing across the void, rushing out like lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Where did they go? Up ahead, crimson earth stretched endlessly. All of the creatures ran. There was only one area where the void was unstable. It shouldn't have been left by other cultivators, but rather the dragon bones and bronze coffin. Soon afterwards, Hao noticed some clues. The 9 dragon skeletons and that bronze coffin fell into a great valley, laying there without moving. It could actually rush into the darkness without being damaged. Hao walked around them. Hong Long. Hao took action, raising up the 9 dragons and bronze coffin. In the past, he felt like they were heavy, but now it was no longer an issue. He felt like he couldn't see through the bronze coffin. It contained too many mysteries. He wanted to collect it into a storage magical artifact, but discovered that he couldn't do so at all. I want to bring these to the lower realms and slowly research them, Hao said to himself, his eyes burning with fire. However, right now he didn't want to leave yet. He lowered the bronze coffin, and then established a formation to hide everything, erasing the bronze coffin and dragon bones auras to prevent others from discovering them, moreover bringing them away. Hao headed towards the border of the darkness again. He wanted to search carefully, hoping to make some new discoveries. After thinking for a bit, Hao produced 3 drops of blood, releasing them into the darkness. In the end, he discovered that the glistening red blood droplets instantly turned black. Scary. Hao's expression became serious. In the end, he began to take risks. With a raise of his hand, he seized over a strand of black mist from the distance, wishing to challenge the limits, see just how strong this darkness matter was. In the end, he broke out in sweat. Even if it was just a strand, it was extremely terrifying, connected to that black sea. The instant it infiltrated the outside, It surged intensely like a raging sea, the black matter surging. Chong. At the most critical moment, Shurhao used the grass symbol sword art, hacking apart the darkness matter, and then quickly pulled open the distance. Only then did he avoid disaster, not being swallowed up by the Black Sea. It really was impossible to deal with. That thing couldn't be touched. Even if was Shurhao who was at the self-release realm, he still felt a headache, let alone other creatures. One could see that in the 9 heavens 10 earths, apart from a few people, all others would immediately die without any suspense upon making contact. It really is a world-ending disaster, Shurhao said with a sigh, feeling lost and frustrated. Fortunately, during these 2 days, the black matter temporarily stopped, not continuing to devour the world. There were creatures who were approaching. Sure enough, before long, several streaks of divine rainbows shot over from the heavens, turning into dark figures, descending here. They were all wrapped under great war robes, their true bodies not visible. Did we see incorrectly? There was no mistake. Just now, when I used the divine lens to look from above, I vaguely saw a bronze coffin pulled by some white bones, moving nearby. These individuals were talking to each other, their voices extremely soft. In the distance, Shurhao was shocked. One of them held a secret treasure in hand, vaguely seeing the 9 dragons pulling the bronze coffin. They searched nearby, but didn't find anything. Let's not worry about these things for now. The appointment with the creature in the darkness is about to arrive, one of them said. Then, they rose into the air, moving around the darkness, heading into the distance. Shurhao was shocked. There were living beings in the black mist. They had a connection to the 9 heavens 10 earth side. They were going to meet. What were they going to discuss? His expression was serious. He followed them from behind. This was extremely serious. He had to see what was going on. These individuals' cultivation wasn't weak, their speed extremely fast. They rushed out thousands of li in an instant, and then descended on a stone mountain, waiting quietly. When the sun began to set in the west, the neighing of horses sounded from the darkness region, quickly approaching. Shurhao was shocked. Were there really creatures in that land of darkness? There was a strange black horse, its entire body covered in scales. It widened its bloody mouth, a foul odor wafting out. Black mist surged from its mouth and nose, its appearance a bit terrifying. A knight sat on it, its black armor ice-cold, even his face covered. This was a powerful individual, his pupils incredibly cold. "Did you bring it?" He spoke, his voice hoarse. Those who heard it all developed an uncomfortable feeling, as if it was 2 pieces of metal grinding against each other. "Not yet, but we will have it soon." One of them replied carefully, his voice carrying fear, scared that they would upset the other party. "Too slow. Our patience is limited," the knight on the strange black horse said. Shurhao's pupils contracted. He didn't expect to have ran straight into a transaction. There were existences who could live in the dark matter, currently carrying out a deal with the people on this side. That thing is extremely important. Even if no one can use it, it has always been viewed with great importance by the supreme beings. Seizing it will be a bit difficult. When these words sounded, Shurhao trembled. This transaction was definitely a big deal. "I don't care about those things. If it is not here the next time we meet, do not blame me for being merciless." The voice of the knight on the strange horse became more and more frigid. "We will do our best." One of them braced themselves and said, "Doesn't your clan have a supreme being as well? He should be able to get into contact with it." The black-armored knight said coldly, "That was something Huang obtained back then after all, so no matter which clan it is, they can still only use and protect it together. No one has the authority to directly use it in a deal." "Exactly. Our clan's supreme being also needs to avoid arousing suspicion." This type of reply made Shurhao's mind sink. The thing that was being exchanged was actually related to this much. These people were defecting. "You have to understand that the ones who wish to work with us isn't just your clan. Perhaps there will be other families who will contact me soon," the black-armored knight said. "We understand." Shurhao didn't make an appearance, just carefully listening. thinking to himself. Then, he knew what it was that was being traded. It was actually that rotten wooden chest. Back then, sure how had risked life and limb to bring that rotten wooden chest back from desolate border. Yet now, there was someone who was secretly trying to exchange it, gift it to the creature in the dark mist. This was definitely betrayal, selling out, betraying the interests of the 9 heavens 10 earths. Even though he didn't know what use the rotten wooden chest had, just from how both Shuchuo and Anlin both made moves, he knew that this thing was not simple, having tremendous origins. When Sure Hao obtained it, he handed it to the supreme beings in Emperor City. In the end, Great Elder Meng Tianzheng, Elder Qingmu, and the others died one after another, the rotten wooden chest ultimately ending up in the hands of the supreme beings who were still alive. Needless to say, right now, the ones who were trying to make a deal with the knight were definitely from a long-life family, moreover a family with a living supreme being. It was because only they had a chance of coming into contact with the rotten wooden chest. Sure Hao was immediately furious. This was something he obtained, gifted to the supreme beings to research. However, in the end, due to selfish interests, some people decided to sell out to the enemy. Regardless of what kind of background this region of darkness held, what was clear was that it was a great disaster for the 9 heavens 10 earths. It directly erased 15 provinces, making all tremble in fear, clearly not here to do good. In 3 days it will still be this place. I will wait for you all to bring over the rotten wooden chest. Once the transaction is complete, I ensure that your family will coexist with the world, everlasting and imperishable. That knight said, "We will do what we can." Those people bowed respectfully, and then they all rushed into the sky, disappearing from this place. After a long time passed, this place became quiet. The Black Knight stirred on the warhorse, making his way through the mist. The sound of its hooves was deafening, gradually heading into the distance. Sure Hao's face sunk. He walked out, gazing into the land of darkness, and then into the sky. He was angry. In the past, when I fought bloodily in desolate border, what was it all for? Meanwhile, the long-life families are all unreliable, even making a deal with the creatures of darkness. Sure Hao's expression was ugly, tightly clenching his fist. He lamented over Great Elder and the other's sacrifice, feeling like it wasn't worth it. I want to get back what is mine. The higher realms collapse has nothing to do with me. I'll just return to the lower realms. Sure Hao said to himself. It was because he was a bit discouraged. There was more than a single long-life family in the 9 heavens above who were defecting. It was impossible to defend against. Of course, before leaving, Sure Hao wanted to know the origins of the darkness creature, why he appeared, how he was produced. The more he knew, the better. Only then could he obtain a great victory in the future. In the 9 heavens above, Wang family. Immortal Wang's face was delicate and pretty, his outward appearance extremely young, just a youngster. However, right now his brows were furrowed, expression extremely serious. My Wang family's ancestral hall in Immortal Domain has already been abandoned. Rumor has it that there was a dispute between Wang family's main group and another powerful ancient inheritance. They were defeated, and in the end all moved, entering the deeper regions of Immortal Domain where there is less habitation. No news in recent years. Immortal Wang said. These were all things he learned from Immortal Domain's emissary. The news astonishing. What? My Wang family's ancestral hall in Immortal Domain has been abandoned. What do we do then? We have nothing to rely on. We definitely cannot enter Immortal Domain. A single mistake and will be plotted against and killed. Another family, Jin family, was also holding an internal meeting. Something happened to Jin family's ancestor. There is no hope for us within the short term. We have to find another way. Jin Taijun said. The long-life families all began to discuss different things. This time, darkness really descended. They all sensed that the situation was bad, all of them looking for ways to deal with it. There were some great clans that felt like they had to enter Immortal Domain even if they had to sacrifice everything. Among them, there were long-life families who already learned that their clans in Immortal Domain had declined from the emissary, to the extent where there were clans that directly disappeared. There were families that were extremely glorious in Immortal Domain, developing rather smoothly. That was why, because the situations they faced were different, the choices they had to make were also different. Do we really have to gift that rotten black chest to that creature of darkness? Old ancestor, do you know about their origins? Within a clan's hidden room, someone said quietly. There were only 4 or 5 here, precisely the most important members of a long-life family. I knew of the darkness creature's arrival, long surmised it. This is the only way, only by gifting the rotten wooden chest is there a chance to protect my clan. As for the other clans, we cannot tend to so much. That old ancestor spoke out. Living is the most important. Even if we betray this world, so what? Someone else echoed. The rotten wooden chest is Huang's. Even though he handed it over, the clans are all guarding it together. If we give it over, once news leak out, it will definitely be extremely dangerous. We cannot tend to all that. My clan isn't the only one considering this. I am worried that someone would snatch the opportunity before us. Only once the transaction is done can our clan's prosperity be ensured. 3 days later, still the same edge of the darkness in the 3,000 provinces. Xianxia was like a crouching tiger waiting for his prey, ready to deliver a thunderous strike at any time. He was hiding here, wishing to steal food from the lion's mouth. The rotten wooden chest was his. He definitely couldn't gift it to the enemy. It couldn't be lost. They're coming. I want to see just what clan you all are from. Xiao's voice was ice cold, killing intent restrained, ready to leap out at any time. He sensed some fluctuations. A few streaks of divine rainbows shot through the sky, speeds extremely fast, rushing over. There was still quite some time before the arranged time. However, the long-life families were cautious, scared that the creature of darkness would come first. Thus, they came much earlier. Hong! Xiao moved, rushing into the heavens, facing those people, raising his fists and smashing down without any trace of politeness. He wanted to end things as quickly as possible, seize the rotten wooden chest first. Behind him, a demonic ape roared towards the heavens, its figure massive, battle aura surging. This was a technique made for battle. The chaos demonic ape's inheritance was appearing, displaying divine might. Pooh! Xiao immediately brandished his fist radiance illuminating the heavens, even more dazzling than lightning. It was extremely great, power incomparable. Almost at the same instant, a rain of blood poured out. One person was killed, immediately dying. The main reason was because Xiao's strength was too astonishing, and these individuals didn't put up any defense. They weren't supreme beings, so how could they block this kind of assault? Who are you? The others were horrified. The rotten wooden chest isn't on him. You all are next. Xiao said, not asking them anything, instead directly taking action, wishing to inflict fear through actions, break down their willpower. Qi. This time, his arms moved out, extending like a phoenix bathed in flames, carrying a holy aura. The skies were filled with scarlet multicolored radiance, a pair of true phoenix wings appearing behind him. Xiao down, still targeting one person. This person seemed like the leader of these individuals. Who? Flames overflowed. That person released a miserable scream, immediately turning into ashes, burned down by Xiao's descent. It was also precisely at this moment that Xiao saw the whereabouts of the rotten wooden chest. It was hidden on this person. With a pung sound, Xiao grabbed it firmly. Now, I just have to wait until the creature of darkness shows up. Give him my greetings. Xiao said, not placing the remaining people in his eyes at all. Those people's expression were unpleasant, feeling extremely uneasy. This youngster was too vicious, completely overwhelming them from just the first encounter. No need for a second attack at all. The main thing, however, was that the rotten wooden chest changed owners. This was the divine object of today's transaction. Yet it was now lost, so how were they supposed to explain things to that creature of darkness now? Speak. What clan are you all from? Why are you all trying to conduct business with that creature of darkness? What kind of background does he have? Xiao asked. Now that he had the rotten wooden chest in hand, he was no longer worried. Everything could be slowly investigated and understood. Those individuals closed their mouths, not speaking. At the same time, some of their eyes flickered, wishing to escape, some of them completely stupefied like wooden sculptures. Their reactions were all different because what they were thinking was also different. There were some who wanted to keep the secret, not daring to leak out information. Some wanted to run, escape this disaster. There were others who were hesitant, wishing to run, but found the choice hard. It was because if they couldn't complete the trade, then there would be a huge problem. Pong! Blood erupted. Those whose wills looked more firm exploded, blasted apart from the sword energy Xianxia released. Their entire bodies turned into blasts of bloody mist under the indestructible sword radiance. This made those who were conflicted shiver in fear, become more and more scared. Friend, who are you? Please stay your hand for now. You have to understand that this rotten wooden chest is what that creature of darkness wants, insisting that it was essential. If you bring it away, there will be a huge disaster. One of them said, Pong! As a result, a streak of sword energy shot out. The grass symbol sword art was impossible to block. His arm fell onto the ground, blood flowing everywhere. That person's face immediately became pale, unable to utter another word. You all should know that my patience is limited. When I ask you all questions, just answer if you know the answer. If you don't know, then keep your mouth shut. Do not even think about threatening me, Xianxia said. This place immediately became quiet. Then not speaking it is. I will just search your souls myself. Xianxia sneered. I'll talk. One of them couldn't hold on anymore, voice trembling, speaking of his origins. They were from Wind Clan, from this long-life family. Wind Clan's old ancestor really is daring, doing this type of thing, betraying the 9 heavens 10 earths. Xiaoxia's voice turned cold. Last time Yuanqing brought people from this clan to kill him, all of it was already exposed then. Wind Clan's old ancestor's enmity with the past Stone Clan was great, bearing tremendous hatred against the sinner's bloodline. When Xianxia entered immeasurable heaven, he had directly faced off against Yuanqing's interference, almost being killed. He was then sent into Origin Ancient Mine, that event related to this one. During Desolate Border's Great War, there were long-life families that defected to the enemy. At that time, Xianxia had already suspected that it was this clan. Now, when darkness suddenly descended, this clan was even more so extreme. It really left one speechless. This was more than planning to go to the other side. Back then, Wind Clan's ancient ancestor was so bold and stunning, one of the true immortals, falling in the end of the last great era. However, today you all are actually like this. Xianxia released a light sigh. Rotten wooden chest. This was something even Anlin and Shuchuo wanted. Just how precious was it? Yet it was used by this clan as an item in exchange, offering it up to the creature of darkness. As the world experienced the vicissitudes of time, many things have already changed. Any following interrogation was meaningless. It was because they didn't know the origins of the creature of darkness at all. The clan's old ancestor didn't speak in detail. I've let you all down. You all can head on your way, Xianxia said. With a raise of his hand, phoenix feathers rose one after another, scarlet and brilliant, carrying flames that wanted to burn down heaven and earth, drowning this place. Who exactly are you? There were some who were unwilling, wishing to know who exactly he was. Chaos demonic ape, Xianxia spoke. Then, his figure changed from the current burly chap into the vicious-looking individual, the face of the demonic ape. Xianxia remained extremely careful. He was scared that there would be eyes everywhere, that news would leak out, so he didn't display his real body. Now that he cultivated the 8-9 heavens technique, also cultivating the 72 transformations to a near-perfect level, he could change his form at will. Even if one possessed heavenly eyes, they couldn't see through him. Great vicious being of the lower realms. You actually came up. The other side's people were shocked, sucking in a cold breath of air. However, it was already too late. Xianxia took action. Those feathers carried fiery light, drowning them underneath. In that instant, they were burned down to their bones, and then turned to ashes, scattering into the wind. It was just that domineering. The true Phoenix technique was unmatched. able to instantly burn down creatures into scattered ashes. Xianxia stood there, not moving like a fossil, waiting for that creature of darkness to appear. Finally, the sun leaned to the west, the waning sunset like blood. The sound of horse hooves could be heard. Dark mist surged over there, pitch black like ink. Even the sunset splendor would be swallowed up when it was cast inside, devoured, not a trace of light visible. A strange horse appeared, its figure massive, covered in scales. When it opened its bloody mouth, a strong smell spread, carrying a rotting odor. On its back was a knight, his black armor flickering with cold radiance. There was a wave of austere energy. This was an extremely powerful cultivator. However, he didn't reach the Supreme Being realm, which was why Xianxia didn't feel any fear, calmly waiting here. He had to admit that this individual was strong, exceeding most self-release realm cultivators, a terrifying figure. Before there was a true interaction, Xianxia could already sense that this was a difficult individual to deal with. There was black mist around him, murderous energy surging. The warrior arrived on the black warhorse. He was extremely callous, eyes penetrating like blades. "Did you bring it?" the darkness knight asked. Xianxia sighed. This man and mount were both surrounded by black mist, really about to slaughter their way over. This was rather troublesome. He didn't know if he could smoothly capture and interrogate him. "I brought it, however. I wish to know your origins," Xianxia said. He held the rotten wooden chest in hand, showing it to him. "Nonsense. Is this something you can ask?" The knight berated. "I am gifting you something, yet you are still so arrogant. This transaction is hard to complete," Xianxia said with a sigh. "Heh. The 9 heavens 10 earths are about to be swallowed in darkness at any time, yet you all still dare show me arrogance." The voice of the knight on the warhorse became increasingly cold. "Arrogant? I'm going to cut you down." Xianxia immediately took action after saying he would. Too fast. With a raise of his finger, blade energy shot out streak after streak. He displayed the grass symbol sword art, launching a sudden assault. Stalks of grass emerged in the void one after another, all of them with 9 leaves. They moved together, the 9 leaves on each stalk shining, sword energy endless. "Oh!" the darkness knight roared, raising his fist and smashing out. This place immediately became chaotic, darkness energy going wild, wishing to surge over. Dong! An intense collision erupted between the two, shaking heaven and earth, the world itself as if about to go dark. Xianxia sighed. He backed up a set distance. He didn't fear the opponent's strength, but rather the darkness energy. That stuff corroded one's primordial spirit. Not far out, a man and mount roared, charging forward. That warhorse's entire body was covered in dark scales like a demonic dragon. It opened its bloody mouth, biting towards Xianxia. The hooves were deafening, the entire great earth shaking, starting to collapse. This warhorse was too powerful, charging just like that, making the nearby mountain peaks all collapse. "Accept death." The darkness knight released a great roar, sending a fist smashing out again. However, one could see that his fist had faint black blood flowing through it, injured from the first encounter with Xianxia. This left the darkness knight furious. He felt like he had been careless, which was why the second fist was especially ferocious, as if the heavens smashed down, wishing to destroy all things on the great earth. Hong! Raging flames surged about Xianxia's body. He bathed in divine flames, the true phoenix void projection appearing, drowned under this type of fiery light. His entire being became incomparably pure and holy. At the same time, sword energy shot out of his hands, still using the grass symbol sword art. The former belonged to the Phoenix bloodline's extreme inheritance, reborn in flames, ensuring that one was eternally imperishable. The latter possessed incomparable power, sword energy rushing into the heavens, cutting down all enemies in the world. It's effective. Xianxia was shocked. When he operated the true Phoenix precious technique, it stopped the darkness matter, no longer having to face the threat of death. He was able to hold on. No wonder the Phoenix was known as the undying bird. There was a reason behind this after all. Shihao was shocked. Even if the darkness energy surged over, he still didn't have to fear being corroded. During this process, Phoenix cries sounded endlessly. He bathed under this type of fiery light, resisting the aura of darkness. Meanwhile, the grass symbol sword art displayed the most powerful offensive power, hacking out with exceptional sword radiance. During this intense struggle, he charged ferociously. Pooh! Shihao hacked off the great horse's head, making black blood splash extremely high into the air. I loathe the undying bird, the darkness knight roared. Even his face was covered, only the eyes revealed. His gaze became increasingly cold. A great shout was released, a black war spear appearing in his hands, piercing forward with extreme speed. His entire being was running, diving down, wishing to provoke and kill Shihao. The black spear was extremely sharp, flickering with cold light, held in that creature's hands, stabbing towards the space between Shihao's brows. Pong! The void exploded. The strike's power was boundless. Unfortunately, even though this creature was extremely strong, rarely meeting his match under the Supreme Being level, Shihao still stopped him. Sword energy surged in his hands, pouring outwards, forming a boundless white expanse. Chong! That black war spear was broken, half of it falling onto the ground. The grass symbol sword art really was worthy of being known as one of the world's 3 greatest sword arts since ancient times. This meant that it was precisely one of the most powerful attacks. Then, there was an intense clash. The Darkness Knight was brave and courageous, brandishing his fists, stirring the wind and clouds with his attacks, with even the void shattering. Shihao was decisive and also extremely cool-headed. Many phoenix feathers appeared in his surroundings, turning into fiery light, burning the darkness, trapping the Darkness Knight within. Speak! What kind of background do you really have? Shihao shouted. He basically caught this creature alive. The true phoenix feathers were like scarlet chains, linked together, interweaving about, forming a cage, locking the Darkness Knight inside. Whenever a feather shot out, it would be enough to destroy a large expanse of the mountain range, turn mountain peaks into magma, turn great rivers into mist, the power incomparably great. With so many of them linked together, it was simply enough to refine stars one after another. Right now, Shihao displayed his might, forming a crimson cage with the true Phoenix Precious technique, imprisoning this person. The Darkness Knight didn't reply, his eyes cold, pupils contracted, staring at Shihao. He was inwardly shocked. The 9 heavens 10 earths still had a youngster this powerful? One had to understand that he had cultivated for an endless amount of time in order to obtain his current achievements. Are you going to talk or not? Shihao asked. We will ultimately march into this great earth regardless, darkness eternal, the final destination of all living things, the fate of the heavens. The Darkness Knight said coldly, not displaying any emotional fluctuations, not fearing death. He spoke extremely calmly, but in Shihao's ears, it crashed down like thunder, making his mind tremble. The more calm the Darkness Knight was, the more it proved the severity of the matter. It was as if it originated from his very bones, already becoming his faith. What kind of creatures are those? If you aren't going to speak, then I'll just search for the answers myself. Shihao said coldly. He released a low roar, his entire body releasing zhang noises. Feathers that were even more dazzling flew out, turning into a streak of divine rainbow. He was like a true phoenix, brilliant feathers swirling in his surroundings, all of them phoenix feathers. All of the divine feathers were moving, making Shihao's aura become incomparably powerful. He used a great method, using the true Phoenix Precious technique to oppress this creature. All of the divine feathers shone, raging flames surging. Together with the cage's support, strand after strand of black energy was refined, evaporated into a strange black mist. Ah! That creature released a low roar. Unfortunately, it was useless. He couldn't resist, he wasn't Shihao's match. Couldn't be said that he was weak, on the contrary, he was extremely strong. At the very least, in the 9 heavens 10 earths, there weren't many at the self-release realm who could suppress him. It could only be said that Hao was strong, especially in recent years after obtaining the grass symbol sword art, as well as the chaos demonic ape and true phoenix inheritances, his strength clearly making great progress. Comparatively, he was even stronger than when he was at Desolate Border. Strand after strand of black mist was refined and burned up. Some strange black ashes appeared on the ground. One day, you will fall into eternal darkness. The darkness knight roared out, feeling that the situation was dire, unable to remain calm. The black mist was their source of power. It could corrode everything, turn a great world into a land of darkness, into their pure land. However, now, Hao was refining it away, breaking down this type of power. Eternal darkness? I'm waiting. Hao didn't seem too concerned, not treating these words as a big deal at all. You will regret this. Darkness will completely bury you. This knight's voice was overcast, as if he was chanting some type of curse. Hao didn't pay him any attention, but he frowned, because he felt like refining a darkness knight like this took too much time. If it was a normal creature, they would have long been detained. Yet now, he had to refine the black mist strand by strand, wisp by wisp. It really was strenuous. Hong. Then, he used lightning, sending it hacking down. This was great yang power, the effects not weaker than the true phoenix's raging flames. These were the most powerful methods for dealing with evil spirits, extremely effective. Unfortunately, the darkness matter didn't seem to be a type of evil spirit. Even though Hao could suppress it, he couldn't break it down quickly, make it fully collapse. After a long time had passed, the darkness knight became dispirited, on the verge of collapse. There already wasn't much dark mist within him, as if he became sick, lacking vitality. Just get over here. Hao released a shout. After completely refining the darkness matter, he reached out a large hand, grabbing towards the darkness knight's head, about to directly search his soul imprint. Ho! The darkness knight roared out, the divine black armor releasing Xianxia noises, releasing dark light, struggling intensely. However, right now, his vitality was greatly injured, his body actually releasing a rotting smell, not having much of his powerful strength left. With a pung noise, he was first grabbed by Hao and raised up, and then Hao's palm shone, restricting this person with natural laws, wishing to search his primordial spirit imprints, examine him fully. However, right at this time the darkness knight went mad, becoming uncontrollable, actually struggling free from the restrictions. He released a miserable roar, and then his body exploded into dark light. Hao frowned. At this moment he used wondrous methods, not holding back. Grass symbol sword art hacked out, wishing to pierce through his body, protecting dark light, break down his fighting strength. Dang! That dark light was extremely terrifying, carrying a type of demonic nature, not like something the darkness knight released himself, but more than the resonance with nearby black matter that was supporting him, forming a defensive domain. Hao was shocked. This dark matter really was imperishable. He felt quite a headache, sensing how strange, terrifying, and difficult to deal with it was. However, it had to be said that the sword art on the same level as the chaos calming art was powerful, immediately making the dark light become dimmer from the first strike. One of the three great ancient sword arts, the darkness knight's pupil contracted. He sensed that he was in great danger. Hong! Around his body, symbols covered everything densely. Those were dark scriptures, dark patterns. They protected him within, some of them released by him, some produced by dark matter. Behind him was a black sea that extended as far as the eye could see, mists surging, able to offer darkness power. Chi! The grass symbol sword art was extremely sharp, exceeding Hao's imagination. The second streak of sword energy shot out, tearing through everything, unstoppable, ripping through the dark light. The darkness knight was hacked apart at the waist, cut in half, his fighting strength crippled on the spot. With a pung noise, Hao raised him up. A stench immediately wafted out, making one feel like vomiting. I won't yield. You won't obtain anything from me, the darkness knight said. In that instant, Hao saw that his primordial spirit was burning, becoming a black flame, even burning through the crown of his head. Xianxia shook his head, throwing him onto the ground. This person was already dead. There was no meaning left to this. He never expected the Darkness Knight to be this resolute, not fearing death at all. On the ground, the rotting smell became even stronger. The Darkness Knight's head was burned through, his corpse laying on the ground, not moving at all. This left Xianxia shocked. Under the armor was actually a rotting corpse. He had just lost his life, so why was his body already rotten? When the armor was lightly tapped, it also shattered, as if it had experienced an endless amount of time, destroyed by the passage of time. The powerful and sturdy armor was like paper, turning into dust. Darkness is eternal, the predestined fate of all realms. A demonic voice rang through this place. The Darkness Knight's primordial spirit light scattered, thus disappearing. Xianxia tried to grab it, but the rain of light that landed in his hands all turned to black ashes. There was a type of malevolent power. He quickly scattered it. Eventually, the rotting corpse on the ground was in an even worse state. It was as if it experienced endless time in just that instant, crushed by time, rotting, decaying, withering away, ultimately turning into dust. What kind of thing is this? Is it a living creature? Xianxia was extremely shocked. Later on, the black dust all turned into a tornado, entering the sea of darkness. It was precisely as the Darkness Knight foretold. Darkness was everlasting, the home of all living things. When he died, that was where he went. Xianxia's mind sunk. Just what exactly was going on? These creatures, where did they come from? He stood in place for a long time. There was no second creature who came out of that black mist. This place becoming extremely peaceful, lacking sound. Xianxia disappeared. He went into hiding, wishing to observe this pitch-black region. It really was rather strange. Recently, the darkness didn't continue spreading, still occupying 15 provinces of territory, as if it stabilized. He watched from the distance, staring into the depths of the darkness, wishing to know what exactly there was inside, how this place formed. And Xianxia was shocked. In the past few days, there were powerful individuals from the 9 heavens who came again. But they weren't from Wind Clan, but rather from another family. They set up a strange altar, carrying out a sacrifice here. In the end, they summoned an existence from the darkness, conversing with him. Xianxia's heart went cold. Was there another family who was abandoning this world? What left him furious was that a few days later, another family came from a different region, also summoning someone from the Sea of Darkness, carrying out a transaction. In the end, Xianxia sighed. He felt his heart going cold, not wishing to stop here anymore. Even the long-life families are like this. What can I, a self-release realm cultivator, do? Let's just let the flood do what it will. Xianxia left. He was discouraged. The long-life families were all starting to give up, about to defect to the other side, having transactions with the creatures of darkness on the other side, so why should he even bother fighting? With a dong sound, Xianxia lifted up the 9 dragon skeletons and the bronze coffin, quickly leaving, hiding from everyone's sight, silently heading towards Crucifix Yin Yang Earth. Eventually, he returned to the lower realms. You actually brought this thing back? Along the way back, when he had just passed by the ancient restricted region ruins, that half-snow-white skeleton immediately shone, turning into a white-clothed individual. His face was full of shock, staring at Xianxia in the bronze coffin. This time, Cosmos Lake didn't appear, nor did the thatched cottage. The medicinal fields and other things were still dried and withered, no long-life medicinal fragrance wafting out. However, the middle-aged man, under this state where the restricted region still hadn't changed yet, took form just like that, different from before. His clothes were purer than snow, complexion fine like jade, like an exceptionally beautiful man. His face carried an expression of shock, staring at the 9 dragon skeletons and bronze coffin. Senior, do you have any guidance for me? Xianxia asked. He lowered this copper coffin. Regardless of whether it was the dragon bones or the bronze coffin, they were both extremely heavy. If it was a normal person, they wouldn't be able to move it at all. When placed on the ground, the earth quaked and mountains shook. What kind of corpse did this bronze coffin previously bury? Hao asked. Corpse? Why do you feel that it definitely buried the deceased? The lord of the restricted region stared blankly. Could it be that the coffin doesn't hold remains? Hao became a bit stunned, asking like this. Correct. With the changes of a great era, the original purposes of artifacts have also changed. The white-clad man shook his head, as if in a daze. He released a light sigh, feeling a bit moved. There are actually other purposes for coffins? Hao was shocked. This is the three-world bronze coffin. Its origins previous extremely great, extremely mysterious, exceptionally ancient. The lord of the restricted region told him some things about it. Hao had already heard that this coffin was named Three-World Coffin. He had always been curious, but no one was able to tell him about its origins. Now, his mind erupted with desire, because he knew that this lord of the restricted ought to know of its origins. The coffin is a place of slumber, a place of rest, the war fort of the strong. When these words sounded, Hao was stunned, completely toppling everything he knew. Weren't coffins where corpses were stored? This one in particular is the most famous. It represents the past, present, and future, the place of hibernation for the strong, not a place of burial, but rather for the sake of cultivation. It is so that they can become stronger in the future. The words of the lord of the restricted region left Hao shocked. There were some who wanted to remain eternally imperishable, continue living, not die. That was why the three-world bronze coffin didn't bury the people from three worlds, but rather represented eternity. The past, present, and future, there were people dormant inside. It wasn't a place to keep corpses, but rather a war fort. What about its owner? Could it be that he is still sleeping inside? Hao asked. If this was the case, then it was just too shocking. The lord of the restricted region shook his head, saying, the coffin is too ancient, impossible to destroy. However, there are already no creatures sleeping inside. Its owner has left. According to what he said 1 or 2 great eras ago, this coffin had already been empty, its owner disappearing. Of course, it might be even earlier. No one could say for sure what this coffin's origins were, not knowing which era it came from. During immortal ancient years, it was only used by those true immortals, previously using it to escape. Because immortal ancient was about to be destroyed, it metaphorically buried an entire great era. Perhaps it is a coffin from the age of emperor collapse. The restricted region lord released a light sigh. Hao was moved. He thought back to the everlasting sword core. This sword was extremely special, under extreme circumstances. Not only was there immortal ascension light, terrifying scenes of blood flowing along the great earth, ancient graves appearing one after another would also appear. Among them, the most shocking scene was that there was a creature who hugged its knees, seated on a bronze coffin. It's that coffin! Hao found it hard to calm down. Then, he asked many questions, all of them related to this coffin. Unfortunately, the restricted region lord didn't know about its origins either. Not long afterwards, Hao was rather bold and daring, trying to enter the coffin. There is a small coffin. Within the several dozen meters long giant bronze coffin was a small coffin. With the lord of the restricted region here, he wasn't all that worried, starting to boldly examine it. Even though Hao was innately strong, full of magical force, he still had to exhaust quite the effort before he opened the small coffin. Multicolored smoke immediately surged, essence energy spreading outwards. Large amounts of brilliant lights shone, carrying strong life force. Mists surged inside, extremely hazy, impossible to see through with a single look, as if there was a realm gate there. Hao was shocked. This was just like what the lord of the restricted region said. A war fort, the inside full of strong life force. Oh, its withered self, after the baptism of endless years, gradually recovered, now revealing vitality again. The lord of the restricted region was shocked. It was clear that he had also come into contact with this coffin before, examining it before. Hao gritted his teeth, charging straight in. This was a lush small world. The plant life full of life, spiritual medicines concentrated. Just too different. The inside was extremely vast, able to support the lives of a large population. This is basically a secluded paradise. There isn't a problem even if Stone Village is moved inside. Xianxia was shocked. In reality, it was fine even if more people were moved in. The heroic spirits who used to live inside have all departed. This can be considered an ownerless object. The restricted region lord nodded, and then with a pensive look, said, "Is the outside world starting to experience turmoil, undergoing great changes?" Ever since he saw that the coffin was empty, he knew that something great had happened in the higher realm. Xianxia nodded, telling him about the events of darkness surrounding 15 provinces. As expected, the restricted region lord was startled. Then, with a sigh, he said, "The immortal ancient war spirits who resided in this bronze coffin have most likely been completely wiped out." Ah! Xianxia was shocked. Darkness has appeared again. How could the ruined souls of deceased true immortals be able to stop it? The lord of the restricted region said, moreover being sure that if immortal domain didn't take action, then the 9 heavens 10 earths would be destroyed. What are the creatures of darkness? What kind of origins do they have? Xianxia asked. He really wanted to know this. You can see for yourself. Go and explore. Try to understand them on your own. The restricted region lord didn't reply. Why? Xianxia was confused. Why didn't the white-clothed middle-aged individual directly tell him? I am scared that it will leave you with too great of a mental blow. It is extremely cruel. You will discover that those people are too strong. Moreover, as for their true origins, even I do not know for sure. The restricted region lord's words left Xianxia stunned. There were definitely secrets behind this. The lord of the restricted region knew quite a bit, but there were some things that not even he knew. In the end, Xianxia brought the 9 dragon bones and copper coffin into Stone Village, leaving everyone stupefied. You went into the higher realm, actually brought this back. She was stupefied. She had heard about this coffin before, feeling deeply shocked towards Xiaoxia's feet. There are so many dragon bones? Can we make some soup? The big black tortoise ran over, reaching out its neck, starting to drool. They really are dragon bones. Everyone here became shocked, rushing over to touch them. Even white tiger bones can be fermented into rare medicinal wine. Then the wine produced by true dragon bones will definitely be astonishing. The Zhuyan wiped at its saliva. You group of foodies. None of you are allowed to shame my ancestors, the Crimson Dragon said while widening its eyes. It threw itself over, stroking these dragon bones. When Xianxia saw this, he was a bit moved. I'll give you a new task. Carefully sense it. See if you can detect any true dragon symbols on them. Try to grasp the inheritance. The Crimson Dragon closed its eyes, lightly shaking its head, but became dispirited soon afterwards. They have long been erased. If no symbols can be found, then it'll be used to simmer soup, Xianxia said. He walked out again, still using that heavenly path to head into the higher realm. He wanted to see this to its end. Darkness was descending. What exactly would this bring to the higher realm? He found it hard to calm down. There were some old friends that were in the higher realms. If there were changes, he hoped that he could rescue those people, bring them to the lower realms. At the very least, the 3-world coffin could resist the corrosion of darkness. Immortal Domain has sent out soldiers. When Xianxia returned to the higher realms again, he received shocking news. Immortal Domain made their move, sending out great armies, hurrying towards this world. They finally couldn't sit still anymore. When will they arrive? They are going to appear soon. While listening to their discussions, Xianxia found it hard to calm down. That day, Immortal Domain's emissary passed down a decree, informing this world that Immortal Domain won't just watch as a bystander, that a great army will arrive soon, that they will protect this world. Xianxia curled his lips. Immortal Domain was also doing this to protect themselves, fearing that the darkness matter would become too strong, that it would encroach Immortal Domain sooner or later. One had to understand that back then, when he entered with 2 undead knights, he had previously been discriminated against by Immortal Domain's creatures the entire time, claiming that the 3 of them were tainted, carrying inauspiciousness. Now the creatures of darkness have appeared, so Immortal Domain found it even harder to endure. Then, when Xianxia understood what happened during the days he left the higher realm, he became even more shocked, feeling greatly shaken. No wonder Immortal Domain couldn't sit still. It was because the land of darkness was changing. In just a few days, it had spread from 15 provinces to 100 provinces. So many of the 3,000 provinces were eaten up, losing 100 provinces. This speed was too shocking. Moreover, the darkness region was no longer quiet. One could see that there were figures moving in the darkness. They were numerous, everywhere in the darkness. There was an endless great army moving through the dark mist. When Xianxia learned what happened, he couldn't help but suck in cold air. The situation had become extremely bad. 100 provinces. Just how vast was this? Just how many days had passed? Yet such a huge amount of land fell into darkness. This meant that countless creatures had died, becoming corpses. This was definitely a great disaster. Even now, they had no idea who the enemy was, where they came from. There was immediately a sea of creatures who died. This was a terrifying black storm. Xianxia stood in the distance, his brows deeply furrowed. He activated his heavenly eyes, staring for a long time. A chill ran down his back, even his scalp feeling a bit numb. Right now, the scenes he saw exceeded his expectations. In the darkness, figures were everywhere. There was a great army, all of them creatures of darkness. However, when he looked even more carefully, they looked familiar, as if he had seen them before. Could it be that they... His voice became unnatural, making an extremely terrifying association. There were several creatures that were rather close, breaking free from the darkness region, so he could see them clearly. Their hair was disheveled, blood flowing out from the corners of their lips, the expression in their eyes empty. In the back, there was a black flood dragon-like giant snake. It swam through the mountain region, thick like a water jar, immediately devouring their bodies, blood gushing out. Kyolingaling. In the skies, a group of flame crows beat their wings, densely packed, pitch black, diving down, immediately drowning out that flood dragon, feasting on its flesh. In that instant, this place became incomparably bloody. The black flood dragon was an extremely savage, vicious beast. He struggled fiercely, shaking his body, striking away many of the flame crows, smashing apart their flesh and crushing their bones. However, there were just too many flame crows, numbering in the tens of thousands. They were all extremely strong, fiery light spat out, their bird beaks incomparably sharp, a single peck enough to make great mountains explode. That was why not long afterwards the black flood dragon wasn't a match. His flesh was completely devoured, only a giant white skeleton left. In this region, the darkness creatures' movements were extremely messy, struggles happening between them. They all wanted to attack the other party. Xianxia's feeling of coldness increased, because these creatures were extremely similar to those from the 9 heavens 10 earths, to the extent where they could be said to be the same species, the same clans. He didn't utter a word, just continuing to watch what was going on. There were humanoid figures who approached the border, becoming more and more lively. The darkness mist there was sparse, so he could see them relatively clearly. Their clothes, their apparel, they were too similar to the people on the 9 heavens 10 earths, the styles traced back to the same roots. A group of people walked out from the darkness region, stirring forth waves of black mist. There were waves of foul-smelling wind as well, as if the most savage ancient beasts were moving about. This type of fiendish aura made one's skin go taut. This was the omen of a great vicious being. They were human form, many of them not any different from the human race. Dong! There were people who held metal rods under a single strike. A 10,000 zhang tall great mountain was crushed to pieces, exploding there. It had to be said that these darkness creatures were extremely strong. They moved in groups one after another, these clans fighting each other from time to time too. Their clothing isn't just similar to that of the 3,000 provinces creatures. It's exactly the same. Xianxia's mind jumped, feeling more and more uneasy. He felt like his suspicions were true, that the most terrifying thing happened. It's those corpses. They've come back to life. Even though Xianxia didn't want to believe it, he had to. The distance was too close, he could see the truth. Their apparel, the way they were acting, it was no different from the clans of the 3,000 provinces. They were completely the same species. The ruined battle clothes, the mottled black blood, it was all the result of battle. Their expressions were empty, like corpses, yet their bodies weren't deathly still, instead having characteristics of life, their hearts throbbing again. However, their minds didn't seem to be well, as if they were still lost, not forming a complete consciousness. The dead creatures revived, only they have fallen into darkness. Xianxia felt a headache. There was nothing more terrible than this. The massive territory of 100 provinces. There were countless creatures within them. If they all revived, this would simply be an unimaginable army. At the same time, Xianxia noticed that regarding these creatures with vacant expressions, their strength really wasn't weak, to the extent where it could be considered quite strong. That humanoid creature, his metal rod directly smashed apart a giant mountain. There was also that scarlet-red old ox, raging flames surging, melting down large areas of the mountain region into a sea of magma. To turn the creatures of the 3,000 provinces into one's own soldiers, just how terrifying was this? The black mist spread. Within that great territory, it was unknown just how many creatures were moving. In the dark expanse, there were figures everywhere, the scene horrifying. Within the 100 provinces, all of the creatures had fallen into darkness. They turned from people into demons. Just what kind of heaven-reaching method was this? Previously, their primordial spirits were erased. Only their flesh shells left. Turns out there was a reason for this. Their flesh could be revived, turned into slave soldiers to attack the 3,000 provinces instead. Their bodies have been strengthened, becoming even stronger than before. Xianxia felt a type of premonition that these demonized creatures were even more difficult to deal with than when they were alive. He saw several species, for example, the heaven-covering flame crows, the groups of crocodile dragons, all of them great clans. However, now they were just too many times stronger than before. A demonic ape could jump from one peak to another, its constitution just too vicious, able to easily tear apart a mountaintop. Following a muffled low roar, a scarlet-red old ox rushed out. Fiery light overflowed into the heavens, mountains collapsing, earth caving in. That day could be considered one of shocking changes. All types of creatures appeared in the darkness region, charging viciously, roaming about the darkness mist region, appearing before the eyes of the 3,000 provinces creatures. Not good. Those demons are about to slaughter their way out. Heavens, things are really bad. They are our own clans. Only, they seem to have lost their intelligence, becoming servants, about to fight us. This was a day of great changes. Many people woke up. They saw what was going on. These were actually the creatures from the captured territories, becoming darkness creatures. Without a doubt, there would be a tragedy of massacring their own. The ones who were fighting them all originally belonged to this world, of the same origin, yet their hearts were now changed. Where are Immortal Domain's reinforcements? Why are they not here? Didn't they say they were going to send their celestial troops and generals? There were some who began to panic. This was especially true for the clans that were closer to the darkness territory, their foundations nearby. If there were no powerful reinforcements soon, then their sects would be enveloped in darkness. Even though the sects were all retreating, the foundations of their inheritances and many other things couldn't be brought away. At the same time, a sea of mortals also couldn't withdraw. This region was too vast, the population too great. Xianxia watched everything carefully. What made him feel uneasy was that besides the endless darkness creatures, there were many mortals, tearing at each other, devouring each other, bloody and cruel. As for those who devoured other people, if they lived, their constitutions would become even more powerful. Even ordinary mortals could become stronger. This was not good news. Inside the darkness region, just how many creatures were evolving like this? Xianxia understood. He previously saw the flame crow, black flood dragon, demonic ape and others races fighting against each other, tearing at each other, also evolving, becoming stronger. Oh! Xianxia saw that in the darkness. There was a ravenous wolf-like vicious beast who opened its eyes. The radiance was cold like lightning, no longer empty, now completely developing its own will, becoming a king of a region. It became even stronger. It was because it had killed many creatures, devoured their darkness blood essence. Oh! There were some kings that released terrifying roars, shattering large amounts of mountain ridges, even more so suppressing quite a few creatures until they fell weak onto the ground, shuddering in fear, to the extent where they even exploded to pieces. This region became increasingly bloody, becoming extremely terrifying. The kings of different regions roared out at each other, approaching each other. An intense battle then erupted between them, wishing to devour each other. Not good. Sure how felt like things were becoming more and more terrifying. This really was a demonic evolution. Extremely powerful experts were being produced. The outside world sank into a state of panic and alarm. The 3,000 provinces cultivators were always monitoring the darkness region. When they saw this rebellion, such shocking changes, they all shivered in fear. Everyone understood just how terrifying this darkness region would become. Honglong. That day, the darkness region's battles weren't just between each other anymore, but rather spread outwards. They are slaughtering their way out. Those terrifying creatures are pouring out like a tide. The 100 provinces of land rebelled. It was as if the heavens collapsed and the earth caved in. Black mist surged chaotically. As these creatures charged out, it was like a roar, stirring up unrest in all directions. A creature stirred on black mist, tearing apart the skies, the speed just too fast. It was like a defeated darkness Luan bird king, releasing a long roar, making the great earth cave in. Its entire body was covered in blood, charging into the other provinces, continuously devouring flesh and blood, wreaking havoc in its wake. The calamity was spreading. In the back, there were even more terrifying kings that were in pursuit. Moreover, this was just the tip of the iceberg. The battlefield was cruel, the situation of the 3,000 provinces dire. That day, the 100 provinces of land spread, darkness creatures rushing out, black matter surging, engulfing over. In one night, beast roars sounded continuously, bird cries endless, black mists overflowing. Blood was left wherever they went. The land of darkness immediately doubled in size, becoming 200 provinces. Heavens! The 9 heavens 10 earths are finished. Why isn't Immortal Domain sending out their troops? If this continues, this entire world will soon fall into darkness. Many provinces were sinking into despair. That day, the darkness devoured another 100 provinces. No matter how vast the 3,000 provinces' territory was, there was no way they could stop this rate of corruption. The most terrifying thing was that it wasn't just the darkness surging. There were true creatures wreaking havoc, all of them extremely strong, led by the evolved kings. We're finished, our realm really is going to be destroyed. I can see some familiar people. Jin Gang Sek's old sect master has been resurrected, becoming even stronger than before. Someone said with a sigh, truly terrified. He saw someone he recognized, someone that originally died in the darkness, unable to withdraw in time. His primordial spirit was completely erased, only an empty shell left now. However, now he appeared again, clearly reviving. Moreover, he was transformed by the darkness, becoming much stronger than before. Black blood flowed from the corners of his lips, the expression in his eyes like electrical radiance, releasing zhang noises. Moreover, his body released a dark light, as if there were light sword cries. As blood flowed through his body, there were thunderous noises released. One could see that wherever he passed, there were countless corpses. He directly fished out their hearts, then absorbed their essence blood, devouring them cruelly. There was even less of a need to talk about the darkness region behind him. He slaughtered his way out from that place, just the kings who evolved to their final forms alone having several among them killed by him, their darkness essence blood devoured. Advancing through a mountain of corpses, continuously merging darkness essence blood, he has basically devoured a sea of creatures. This type of evolution is too terrifying. Someone said with a trembling voice. This was indeed a terrifying path. Only the heavens knew why it was like this. It was because they were originally all dead, yet now they were all vigorous, roaming the world once more, becoming even more powerful. Only, their consciousness was now different, cold and indifferent, cruel and cold-blooded, no longer recognizing past old friends. When they saw them, they directly killed them. During this process, Hao took action. He previously killed some of the creatures who evolved into kings. He could kill them, but when facing the dark mist, it still left him feeling rather strained. It was because a single moment of carelessness and he would be submerged under the darkness, his primordial spirit eaten through. The sea of pitch-black substance was the source of this great calamity, able to protect all those who revived, moreover allow them to evolve. This was just the beginning, not the ending. If most of this world was corroded through, then the experts of this world would become even stronger. They would attack each other, mutually devour each other, become even more terrifying creatures. Dong! A drumbeat rang out within this world, extremely muffled and shocking. Dong, 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 dong. Then, drumbeats rang out continuously, loud and heavy like a sea. It was as if an ancestral dragon was roaring. Regardless of where it was, the cultivators of the great world could all hear it. Immortal Domain's troops have arrived. Someone shouted, excited and overjoyed. The cultivators of different sects were almost in despair. When they heard the drumbeats, they immediately revealed looks of joy, becoming incredibly moved. Even though they were only a day late, everyone still felt as if a year had passed. The great sects were all withdrawing. Even the long-life families of the 9 heavens were preparing to withdraw, so how could ordinary inheritances not panic? A wave of troops arrived through the heavens, appearing in the skies outside the darkness region. There weren't many people, all of them surrounded by immortal light, great banners fluttering about. Chaotic energy was released, covering their magical force fluctuations, intimidating the creatures of darkness at the same time. Is there only one troop? There are only a few dozen of them. This number is too few. Will they be able to stop the creatures of darkness? Someone said this, full of doubt. If it was an immortal king, then that was one thing, but judging from their armor and other parts, they were clearly war generals, the highest level cultivators, still impossible to be the extreme experts of immortal domain. The situation has worsened greatly, extremely bad. Everyone withdraw. Give up another 100 provinces of land. In the skies, someone ordered. Then, they all rode their auspicious beasts, speeds extremely fast, sizing up the darkness region, observing along the borders of different provinces. We should just back off. They all backed off, in the end giving up another 100 provinces of territory. This is a dragon vein, we'll use it as the dividing line. Abandon everything on the other side of this line. Withdraw to this side. An expert from Immortal Domain shouted. The faces of many cultivators from the 3,000 provinces paled. They were giving up on too much territory. Their mountain gates and other things definitely couldn't be recovered. Oh, a conch bugle horn sounded. Path appeared from the distance. The true Immortal Domain army appeared, troops emerging one after another, lining up, covered in immortal mist. Everyone could see that they were extremely powerful. Set up the formation. Carry out your tasks as planned. Someone ordered. Hong Long Long. Formation cores flew out one after another, changing from the size of a finger to a giant mountain. They fell onto the dragon vein on the great earth, suppressing that dividing line. Then, magical banners appeared everywhere, flying out down onto the dragon vein like raindrops, truly starting to seal up the darkness region. The dragon vein changed, becoming like a wall. Stood tall, grand, and imposing. 700 provinces of land now belonged to the darkness region. Cut off here. The 3,000 provinces immediately lost a fourth of its territory. Immortal Domain's troops set out not to kill, but rather to set up a barricade here, produce a sturdy wall, as if they were facing a great enemy. In this realm, the hearts of all cultivators sunk, feeling like the disaster was even more terrifying than they had anticipated. At first, Many people felt that as long as Immortal Domain sent out troops, they would be able to dominate everything, sweep through the darkness territory, rescue them from this calamity. However, now, they discovered that Immortal Domain was only acting defensively, not slaughtering their way in. This was a terrible sign that left all of them feeling uneasy. "Why is it like this?" someone asked with a soft voice. "Right now, before they have reached their strongest point, it is easier to get rid of them. Why aren't we taking action now?" Even some sect masters in the 3,000 provinces were confused. Now, while the darkness creatures were still evolving, wasn't this the best chance to take action? What do you all understand? What is terrifying is the darkness matter. Even if Immortal Domain's warriors enter, they might still die. Someone berated. When these words were spoken, everyone's hearts went cold. Just how terrifying was this darkness matter? This inauspiciousness is far more terrifying than your imagination. One has to understand that the creatures of darkness are all people of this realm who have been killed. The true powerful darkness beings haven't appeared yet. If they rashly charge in and are ambushed by the true darkness creatures lurking behind, then that would be unimaginable. Immortal Domain's words made their minds tremble greatly. The true darkness disaster, this was only the beginning. It had just erupted. The true ultimate vicious beings haven't made an appearance yet. This really was terrifying. If large amounts of Immortal Domain experts fell here and they were resurrected, devouring each other, carrying out an intense round of evolution, just what level of expert would be produced? When they thought of these things, many people's bodies went ice cold. This type of darkness matter was simply impossible to deal with. The more they fought, the more soldiers the other side would acquire, moreover become even stronger. How did they achieve this? This defies normal reasoning. Even the long-life family's heads grew big, sighing. What exactly was this darkness matter? It was simply impossible to understand. Everyone found it hard to imagine just how those dead creatures were revived. How could they have become even stronger? This involves the most ancient struggles, accompanying the source of life. You all will not understand. One of Immortal Domain's generals said. On this dragon vein, great banners fluttered about, many troops from Immortal Domain stationed here. They were all incredibly serious, staring at the situation on this side. In reality, even Immortal Domain's cultivators felt like the darkness matter wasn't easy to deal with. Only truly great figures understood it, previously facing it. Normally, when the darkness matter surrounds the great earth, even though there is creature evolution, it was still after many tens of thousands of years. Meanwhile, what is happening today is similar to a certain set of history. They definitely used some type of unmatched ancestral artifact to spur on this process. This is the start of the darkness calamity. Just what kind of supreme treasure is it to trigger such terrifying great changes? Immortal Domain and Sacred Academy's supreme beings both came, seriously asking for guidance. The effects of this were too great. Over there, one of Immortal Domain's commanders, whose attitude was still rather calm, replied seriously to them. He produced a precious mirror, shining it into the depths of the darkness. That is, many people saw that once the precious mirror shone, it was no longer pitch black within the darkness region. Some of the scenes could be seen. There was an ancient artifact flowing with 9-colored brilliance, mysterious and hazy. It was a chest, but it hadn't been opened, rising and falling on an altar. It caused the darkness matter to surge, engulf in all directions, possessing a type of terrifying activity. Sure Hao was not far out. He also withdrew, personally witnessing this scene, his mind incredibly shaken. Others didn't recognize it, but it was too familiar to him, feeling like it was déjà vu. It's that thing? He was shocked, but soon afterwards he shook his head. This wasn't it, it was something similar, definitely having a great connection. He had previously entered an abyss within Burial Earth's underground veins outside Desolate Border, entering an ancient cave palace with Shinming and Sanzang. There was a chest that looked like it was metal, yet wasn't, like stone, yet wasn't, impossible to open. It was this unmatched and mysterious ancient artifact. According to what Sanzang said, that was the origin ancient artifact. There was nothing more precious and powerful than this. Xianxia never expected to see this type of ancient artifact in the darkness region as well, similar to the one he had previously seen, but it definitely wasn't that one. It hadn't even been opened. Yet things were already like this. The origin ancient artifact had a truly terrifying ability. At the peak of its glory, it had previously created burial kings. Was this something that made undead knights? Xianxia definitely wouldn't forget what he clearly saw back then. He even almost died in that abyss palace. Now, there was a similar object that released 9-colored brilliance, flowing with hazy imperishable light, swirling with chaotic energy. Darkness matter surged, possessing astonishing activity. All of the corpses were granted life, allowing them to stand back up, moreover gradually become more powerful. What is that? Is it an unmatched supreme treasure? Everyone was shaken. Was it one of the most powerful magical artifacts? Could actually create this type of scene, making everyone's souls tremble. They all found this inconceivable. Now that Immortal Domain sent out troops, there was naturally no lack of extremely powerful individuals among them. However, these people were also stupefied. Even though they sensed that something was strange, they never expected to see this type of mysterious ancient artifact. What is that? Does the commander know? Someone asked quietly. I am not sure, it is too sinister. This thing has revived all of the corpses, even more mysterious than the artifacts of immortal kings. It is unimaginably powerful. Those on Immortal Domain's side looked like they were facing a great enemy, building an even longer line of defense along the mountain range. Great banners fluttered about, formation cores everywhere, forming a dark expanse, continuously piling up. What exactly are the darkness creatures? What kind of backgrounds do they have? Some people began to surmise and make predictions. At this time, an elder from Immortal Domain walked over. His age was great. Even though he was nurtured every day by immortal energy and had taken all types of divine pills and wondrous medicines, one could still see that his blood energy was insufficient. It was because there was only a layer of golden skin left around his entire body, wrapped around his bones. If one didn't look carefully, one might even mistaken him for a skeleton. Black calamity, it has happened before. That time, it was extremely cruel, but it was ultimately quelled. A battle my mysterious ancestor had experienced. As for even further back, as for whether or not it has happened, I do not know. That is a secret classified at an even higher level. The elder said. Everyone stared blankly. This type of cruel disaster should have been carefully explained and passed down to later generations so they could be on guard. Why did it end up becoming treated as a taboo-level secret? I previously heard that this is something that touches upon the very foundation. For example, how did the other side appear? All of this might be related. Commander said. Shut your mouth. It was clear that this elder's status was exceptional. He berated the commander, not letting him speak too much. There were some things that were classified as top-level secrets that couldn't be leaked out. There were naturally considerations and reasonings made by the higher levels. The precious mirror was put away. The ancient artifact in the darkness disappeared. Nothing visible any longer. One could only see that at the outer areas of the Black Sea, there were mountains and seas of creatures approaching. This was a rapid rate of expansion. The region Immortal Domain set aside, after not much time had passed, was already eaten away, all of it becoming regions of darkness. Newly evolved leaders and kings roared out within, glaring at the line of defense ahead. Hong! There was a creature who took action, a 9-headed snake dragon. Every single one of its heads was releasing black flames. It was massive, like a great peak, its offensive power astonishing. It was actually fast to this level, just how many days passed. However, the Darkness Beast Kings already have such a powerful member. On the Dragon Vein side, everyone was shocked. Killing the 9-headed snake dragon wasn't difficult, but these types of Beast Kings weren't few in number. There were many in every region, so how many of them were there within more than 700 provinces of darkness? The most terrifying thing was this type of evolutionary speed. Not much time had passed at all. It was only 2 weeks or so, yet they were already almost at the self-release level. It really was horrifying, even shaking up one's soul. Many people felt that this was absurd. Why did cultivators cultivate? It was to defy the heavens, undergoing all types of tribulations and bitterness before finally becoming strong. Then what about these creatures of darkness? In just a short amount of time, they already accumulated more than ordinary cultivators did their entire lives. Many people were unwilling, feeling a sense of defeat, even more so a bit discouraged. There is no need to feel discouraged. The reason why these creatures are strong is because they have continuously devoured each other. They look like a single creature, but they are actually a mass of a sea of beings. Immortal Domain's commander said. According to what he said, the creatures of a provinces might ultimately be devoured by a single creature, all of the vital energy merging together, becoming the most powerful being. Meanwhile, there was danger behind this as well. From a certain perspective, it might mean that strength would be acquired from a single feast. Once they develop true consciousness, the ability to strengthen through devouring will disappear. They will become normal creatures. Immortal Domain's elder said with a sigh. However, this still made others sigh, shake in fear. This way of creating experts, just how terrifying was it? It can only create low-level soldiers. The truly strong cannot be made unless there are some special bloodlines or lucky evolutions. Immortal Domain's elder added, having everyone calm down. Sure how didn't approach this place, instead, he was in another province. He was exploring, staying far away from Immortal Domain's experts, because he knew that those people's senses were sharp. Needless to say, there were definitely true immortals among them. However, he could also learn some things he wanted to know through the news that were transmitted out. Oh! A world-shaking great roar sounded. In the darkness, there was a creature that rose in rank. This was an elder whose hair was disheveled, entire body covered in blood, body releasing golden light. Vajra Gate's old sect master. He has continuously devoured beast kings and other creatures, becoming a cultivator at the peak of self-release realm. Is he going to defy the heavens? Many people were stunned. They personally saw this scene. It was because that old sect master's pupils shed cold tears, as if they were two silver-colored lamps, releasing a faint glow. His consciousness was becoming more and more clear. Something isn't right. Look, that mysterious chest flew over, stopping briefly over his head. Is this to grant him some type of benefit? Someone cried out in alarm. In the darkness, even the mist was scattered. The mysterious chest that released 9-colored brilliance flew over, rising and falling there, making Vajra Gate's sect master tremble. Is this to create a leading figure? Have him become a supreme being level servant as soon as possible? Someone said with a frown. Immortal Domain's shriveled elder also revealed a serious expression. This type of chosen creature might produce a special bloodline, able to continue evolving, become a threat. Is this being operated by some true darkness creature behind the scenes? Or is it to say that this was the chest's own choice? He said quietly to himself. Then, he gave Vajra Gate's sect master a look, quietly ordering Immortal Domain's cultivators, "Get rid of him." It is rumored that unknown in which era it was, Shuchuo unexpectedly appeared just like this. Was this how he rose in strength? A commander near the elder said this quietly. Those nearby vaguely heard this. They all widened their eyes in shock, making sure they didn't hear wrong. What? There was actually this type of secret? Heavens, the source of the other side is related to these things? It was this complicated. Those people were horrified, all of them feeling their scalps become a bit numb. This type of thing cannot be randomly spoken. The elder scoffed. He looked around him, seeing that they were all Immortal Domain creatures, thus calming down a bit. Senior, we all know that this dark storm is but a corner of the real turmoil. As for how miserable it will be in the future, it has already been deduced by the great masters many years ago. Now, there are some things that, if they are blindly hidden, it will be unfair for us. We do not wish to be muddle-headed ghosts. Even if we are to die, we wish to know clearly. That leader said. Nearby, those people's fine hairs stood on end, all of them shivering. What was the meaning of this? This Commander Great One was actually this pessimistic. This was definitely bad. It is due to fear of raising panic that some things must remain hidden, Immortal Domain's elder said coldly. But we'll most likely be unable to return to Immortal Domain. We're already at this point. If things are continued to be hidden from us, I cannot accept it, the great commander said. We can't go back? Why? Could it be that we are all going to die here? The others were also stunned. A layer of goosebumps covered all of their bodies, feeling like they were in great danger. Didn't they say that this battle wouldn't be too difficult? When they were leaving Immortal Domain, many people sent them off, smiles on their faces, saying they awaited their return. Perhaps you all do not know, but there were glorious great figures who fought with the creatures of darkness, yet in the end could not return to Immortal Domain. The great commander said, his eyes shining. Did they all die? No, there are some who are alive to the extent where they are still healthy in this world. However, they do not have the qualifications to return to Immortal Domain anymore, only able to remain in this world. The great commander's voice was shaking. Why? One person asked with difficulty, swallowing a gulp of saliva. They are all in the life-restricted regions, the commander replied.